Hello everyone, good morning, and welcome to the PRESPA Forum Dialogue, this year's pre-event, The Road to 2030. Before we start, I want us to take a moment of silence, respecting the tragic loss that tragic lives that were lost in our neighboring country, Serbia, and hopefully we can support each other through these difficult times and prepare and execute some better measures to mitigate these kind of tragedies. Thank you. Thank you. Before we start, I'm Anja Bebekovska, the local program officer from the local branch office of RAICO in North Macedonia. I'm pleased to be here and to be the moderator of today's session. Before we start, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Filip Tosevski, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in North Macedonia, to give his welcoming address. Filip.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really glad that we have a lot of young people and we are starting this pre-event on this year's PRESPA Forum Dialogue with a session on the youth. I'm glad that we're here also with Ambassador Ami, actually the current EU Council presidency. So we are focused on the road to 2030, the target that we as a government gave itself to prepare the country for EU accession. And on this road, of course, one of the most important issues is including the young people in the process, because as we always say, it's not the institutions that are joining the EU or the country as a category, but it's actually the whole society. And of course, the future of this society are the young people, and they're the one who will be mostly affected by the EU accession itself. Last year, it was the EU Year of Youth. This year is the Year of Skills. So we are facing one of the biggest challenges of today, generally in the Western Balkan region. Brain drain. A lot of skilled people are leaving the country, and then we have a lot of skillful people. Actually, if we make something for them, we can create a better environment so that they can engage in the processes and make this country a better place, and of course the whole region. You know that there was a plan to have a separate youth forum as part of the PRESPA Forum Dialogue, but then the decision was made here actually to include the young people in all the main panels of the PRESPA Forum Dialogue, and plus additionally to organize 3 to 4 panels that will run in parallel with the main forum. And of course we're going to work together. I see a lot of familiar faces here that we have discussing with how to develop the concept. But what I can announce now, at least the topics have been determined. One of the topics will be the good neighborly relations and good practices from other regions within the European Union. And here on this panel, which we will publish details a bit later, is going to be with the help of the Ambassador Ami, who engaged herself a lot to provide us some contribution from the Nordic countries, which are one of the best examples for good neighborly relations and for regional cooperation. Of course, we'll have other participants. The other 2 panels so far that we have defined, one will be focused on the brain drain, the challenges, and the challenges in the reform of the education system. And then as an antidote to this panel, another panel focused on skills and successful stories, because we have many young people actually who have also returned or who work partially abroad or here, outsource part of their activities here, and they need just some better conditions, better, let's say, legal framework or additional environment in order to their creative models to be implemented here. Of course, there is possibility for other side events that we can organize jointly together. You know, in the Western Balkans, somehow we kind of go with the flow. Sometimes we do things a bit late, but anyhow, usually at the end, it really turns good. And I hope for cooperation of all the EU stakeholders, as well as from the EU member states embassies here, so that we can organize something. Please feel free, if you have an idea, to just communicate us, and we will find a way to make the main event regarding youth as creative as possible. We are open to ideas. Also, this institution is open to ideas. You have noticed, of course, with the minister who unfortunately couldn't be here today. He's in the United States of America. We have really tried, as an institution, at least for our institutions, we can say, to open up for all the stakeholders, especially working with the think tanks, civil society, and with youth organizations, to include them in the process of what I say, Europeanization of the whole society, because I think that's the main thing what we should do to bring Europe at home, actually to communicate this here with our citizens and with our youth as the carriers of this process. I wouldn't take much longer. Dear Ami, thank you for being part of this panel, so I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much. State Secretary Tosevsky, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here today to address you all. A recurring theme in many of the conversations that I have with Macedonians of different walks of life is a concern for the future of this country. A particular worry is the many young people choosing to leave and make a new life abroad. I would, however, like to put another narrative to you about the possibility of a bright Macedonian future. And if there's one word that I would like you to remember from my remarks today, it is momentum. I'm aware that the road has been long and bumpy, and some citizens of this country even question if North Macedonia will ever reach its goal of EU membership. But I see three reasons for optimism. Together, they give this country momentum. First of all, the geopolitical reality that Europe and the world finds itself in. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine constitutes a tectonic shift in our security order, with devastating consequences for the Ukrainian people. For my own country, this led to a fundamental change in our security policy. After 200 years of military non-alignment, Sweden last year applied for NATO membership. Let me be clear. The EU and Sweden will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. From an EU perspective, alignment with the EU common foreign and security policy is key. North Macedonia's unequivocal position, with full alignment to EU policies, is well noted and very much appreciated. When the world changes dramatically and we stand on the right side of history, it matters. Altogether, this has given new impetus to the enlargement process. To the east, yes, but also to the Western Balkans. There is a renewed sense of urgency. Secondly, representatives of the EU have clearly given the message to all counterparts in this country that North Macedonia belongs in the EU. The EU has continuously confirmed its commitment to the EU integration of the Western Balkans, and this was restated at the EU summit in Tirana last year. This commitment is not just conveyed through political statements. In fact, North Macedonia is already today enjoying very substantial benefits from its relationship with the EU, Let me give you just a few examples. Macedonians across the world were included in EU repatriation efforts during the pandemic. North Macedonia is now participating as an associated country to the Erasmus Plus program on mobility and education, with the same rights and obligations as that of EU member states. EU assistance provided through the various EPA instruments and investment facilities amount to more than 6 billion euros. The EU also provided 80 million euros to assist with the energy crisis this winter. And another investment that is perhaps less visible in daily life here, a large number of EU experts, in fact in their hundreds, in the EU institutions and in the member states are working on North Macedonia's EU accession. So the EU is investing heavily in the process and will ensure that it is rigorous and credible. Sweden also has a large bilateral reform cooperation program aimed at supporting the EU accession. This program increased by nearly 20% this year, and this is a reflection of our commitment to North Macedonia and its EU integration process. Our support contributes to the government's capacity to manage the highly complex process of EU accession, but it also goes to assisting work with air pollution, grassroots organizations in rural villages fighting for gender equality, and many other projects. Thirdly, while there are definitely substantial challenges on the domestic front, and I will come back to them shortly, there are also a number of positives. North Macedonia has had a good start in the screening process, with a professional and committed team making important headway. Also, all the major political parties claim EU integration as a strategic objective. This is a good starting point. More efforts are, however, needed to arrive at a constructive political dialogue with the aim of building a genuine political consensus on EU integration. Polls also show that North Macedonians want what the road to the EU is offering. When asked what the biggest problems in the country are, poverty, low standard of living, unemployment, corruption, and crime are among the top themes listed. I'd like to take a moment here to underline what we all already know. Corruption is corrosive to society. It weakens democracy by undermining the trust in institutions. It threatens the functioning of democratic institutions. It distorts economic competition. Citizens and businesses lose, and society as a whole. It stems from this that the fight against corruption and the rule of law are fundamentals of EU membership. It is no coincidence that they are also the areas that start and end a candidate country's EU accession process. This is no small task, and there have been and continue to be some significant obstacles along the way, which have raised concern among EU members and other international partners. A genuine commitment by all stakeholders, along with national ownership, accountability, and transparency is needed. There are no shortcuts on the road to the EU. Moreover, on the positive side, the EU is North Macedonia's biggest trade and investment partner by far. Some Swedish companies have purposefully chosen to invest in this country because they can hire and retain well-educated and hardworking young people, who in turn enjoy Swedish work culture. It is encouraging to hear these stories, as they show that it's possible to retain talent here. These companies are equally clear that they could expand their businesses here substantially if the country was part of the EU. I will now take the opportunity to invite you all to the Swedish Embassy's outdoor event celebrating Swedish music and innovation in Skopje City Park on Saturday, 20th of May at 6 p.m. Among other things, young entrepreneurs will there share their stories. It'll be a discussion that gives insights and inspiration to young people looking to develop their own entrepreneurial ideas, while also addressing the important issue of brain drain and its impact on society. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been asked if I believe that the goal of North Macedonia joining the EU by 2030 is achievable. My answer is that that depends on you. Will you relentlessly push for and be an active part of the fundamental change that is needed to make this country ready for EU membership? The truth is that before entering the Union, a truly transformative process will have to take place. It will require hard work and determination, but the reforms will also benefit the citizens of North Macedonia, not from the day the country enters the EU, but from the day the reforms are implemented. A step towards Brussels is taken, and you can enjoy the fruits of that work straight away in the form of improvements of everyday life in this country. The scale of the change means that it must come with an all-of-society approach. You will need to play your part. You can, of course, take up a role in politics, but you can also be a civil servant, putting your skills into the service of your country at a key moment in time. If you are a journalist or active in civil society, you can contribute by holding those in power to account. The good news is that we will be here to support you. Finally, I'd like to return to the question of momentum. Let us be honest. Of course, there are plenty of challenges on the road to the EU. The political leaders of North Macedonia will decide whether North Macedonia will change the constitution in accordance with the commitment that opened accession negotiations last summer. But beyond the challenges, there is a raft of distinct positives and opportunities. Together, this forms a strong momentum for EU enlargement, including in the Western Balkans. And if there's one thing I've learned in my 20 years in diplomacy and in EU affairs, it is that momentum is an extremely valuable commodity. When you have it, you run with it. As any sailor would tell you, if you have wind in your sails, go sailing. Don't stay at port worrying about the weather tomorrow. Thank you very much. Vi blagodaram masite.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your continued support, and Mr. Tosevsky for us, the youth and the youth organization, that we can consider the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a partner. Thank you. I would now like to invite my colleagues to join me.
Sorry, can we just stay for a minute? I would like actually also to ask you for a minute of silence for the victims of the Russian brutal aggression of Ukraine, and especially for the many young people whose future was taken away, in the hope that we can actually restore the peace in Ukraine as soon as possible in the near future, and we can focus together on building a common European future. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you.
Welcome to my colleagues. On today's panel discussion, I have the pleasure to share this discussion with Mr. Damian Zlatanovsky, a young European ambassador, Ms. Selvia Mustafi, the president of the organization Romano Avazi, Mr. Blažan Malavski, the youth representative of the executive board of RAICO, Ms. Mila Jovanovska, the president of the organization Go Green, Mr. Georgi Tasovski, the advisor to the Prime Minister on Youth and Youth Policies, and Ms. Mariana Angelovska, the Secretary General of the National Youth Council of North Macedonia. I would first like to start this discussion to say that I'm very pleased that this kind of event starts with a topic that especially is very important for me and my colleagues that work every day and tackle the processes that come along for the EU accession and the youth participations in the policies and events that follow through. I would like to start with Ms. Mariana. The National Youth Council of North Macedonia is perceived as one of the biggest partners of young people, firstly on the field, but also very importantly while making and drafting national policies that affect all young people. I would like to know, in the recent developments, we had a lot of discussions and working groups tackling the youth participation and the youth standards for young people in North Macedonia. NYCM was also part of the working groups and invested a lot of time to have a high quality policy document that tackled and involved all young people in North Macedonia. What is your opinion? Can we expect better documents, documents that include all the youth groups in North Macedonia, and what can we work to make that better together with the institutions? Thank you.
Thank you, Anya, for starting me off with the very, very difficult questions. Unfortunately, if we did have the answer to that, we wouldn't have this discussion today, or we wouldn't be asked the same thing. But yes, there have been some, let's say, exemplary processes that have been going on in the past, but still need a little bit more improvement in order to include more young people. But before I get into the topic, I would just like to say that I'm very happy that there won't be a separate event on Youth for the Prespa Forum this year. This is something that we've been asking for in the past time, and it's something, and it shows that the institutions are, yes, willing to listen to young people, and there is some positive change in this country in the past 5 to 10 years. One of the, I would say, the best processes on creating a youth-related document was the creation of the law on youth policies and youth participation. It happened about, it's adopted 3 years now, but the process of creation started a while before that. And it was a very inclusive process that included all of the relevant stakeholders to youth, a lot of youth organizations, youth wings of political parties and institution itself. As a process, it's something that should be replicated in all future and upcoming youth policies, but, and there is always a but, the implementation is something that we should still put our efforts in. We, as the National Youth Council, are following and monitoring the implementation of the law for the 3rd year now, so we're publishing this monitoring report each year. For 2022, it's about to come out, but we do have the relevant information. Unfortunately, when it comes to youth services and youth participation mechanisms, especially those that are dedicated to the municipalities, there is a lack of implementation. Could be a result of lack of capacity in the local municipalities, could be a result of brain drain, because we still hear that in some of the municipalities there are basically no young people in order to establish these mechanisms. But it's an issue that should be addressed, or it's an issue that we should all think about in order to adjust, do some tweaks to the law itself and make it functional for young people, especially that small number of young people that remains in some smaller municipalities in the country. But one of the most important parts of the law, for me at least, or for us as an organization and young people involved in it, is that it envisions the state institutions providing a certain budget for its implementation and for other youth-related policies. Here, we are, I'm not sure how not to say this harsh enough, but there is no budget provided from any institution. In some cases, it's a result of other laws that are not adjusted, meaning the law on youth participation is not adjusted to other laws, and municipalities especially do not consider the need to provide a separate budget for young people, or they consider other budgets that are in the sphere of social care or education being representing the budget for youth, which is not really the case. But from everything that's been done in the past 3 years, we have 18 local youth councils. We have about 8 local youth strategies. We have the national youth strategy, which was also a positive process, and I believe Georgi will speak more about that, so I will not get into that. And we have the register for youth organizations, and we have a clearer picture of how many youth organizations are in the country and how many of them are working in order to, help put our efforts into building their capacities and including more and more young people in the process, because we do believe that one of the ways to include more people and to increase the youth participation is through organized forms of youth, and that being youth organization, especially grassroots youth organizations that are in touch with the most young people. But when it comes to the strategy, before Georgi, the strategy is a document that comes out from this law that was adopted 3 years ago. One of the remarks we have to say when creating the strategy, although we are very satisfied with the final document, we as an organization, we do believe that the process could have been more inclusive and promoted better for the young people. And this is an issue, it's not only institutional issue, it's an issue that we as organizations are often faced with. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic and everything that is happening in this world right now is affecting young people and their motivation to participate and their mental health especially. And it's been a struggle for many youth organizations as well on how to include young people in their activities, how to help build their capacities, and the same struggle is faced. Institutions are faced by the same struggle. We can see that from the number of young people that were involved in the strategy, which is definitely not enough. You can see it, we will see it in the future with the number of young people that are familiar with the existence of this set strategy. And this is something, the motivation of young people, their willingness to contribute towards their own future, is something that should be more addressed in all of the processes, and even in donor support, because we are out of ideas on what to do. But I believe we have a discussion further, and this is the question I would like to pose to all of you. What can be done in order to motivate more young people to participate, to move them away from the screens, to move them away from the social media and have them in this room in a larger number and hear their thoughts and hear what they need us to do.
Thank you, Mariana. And now, because you already prepared your colleague, Georgi, to go in more on the national youth strategy, because it was one of the most talked about documents in recent months. And also, I would say it served as an example of how we are bridging the gap between the institutions and youth organizations working together in the best interest of youth. And I would like to know, Georgi, what can we expect from the new measures that are presented in the national youth strategy?
Thank you, Anya. First of all, I want to thank you, the organizers, for being present today. And also, I'm really happy today that I see ambassadors, youth representatives, representatives from international organizations, colleagues that will bring added value to the whole processes that we are creating and facing when we are not only creating the national youth strategy, but also when we creating policies for youth people, especially on the national level and local level. Because now the topic is more focused from my presentation on the national youth strategy, the new national youth strategy that are from 2023 till 2027. It's a 5-year strategy, and it's basically a strategy that is a response to the COVID-19 crisis, the challenges that the world faces with the Russian aggression, and from the learned lessons from the past. For me, this is the most important issue because as a government, as a young people, we learn the lessons from the past, we know what to do, and this is one of the most inclusive processes that we as a government, together with the partners as the OSCE mission, UNFPA, UNDP, were part of creation of this national youth strategy, and also all of these elements brings to the front this national youth strategy as one of the most important strategic documents. But for me, as a representative of the government, the most important part is not only to state this on paper as a national youth strategy, but the most important part is also to have this support and allocated budgets from the other institution if we want to have this successful implementation of the national youth strategy. National youth strategy is, as I mentioned, response from the recent events that occurs in not only in the country but also in the world, and it also is one of the best of the first strategic documents that have this evidence-based approach, and also is a document that have really good measures, indicators, and also have these strong topics that are included in this national youth strategy. Mostly I will note youth participation, youth work, security, also there is education, culture, sport. So basically this is the topics of the national youth strategy are based from the research that was done before and also from the learned lessons from before. But also when we are preparing this strategic document, we also have this part of taking the recommendations who comes not only from the National Youth Council, not from the biggest organization, but also from the youth activists, international organization, recommendations that come from also from European Commission, and basically we include them because this national youth strategy is also based, and it's relevant when we speak from the context of the European youth goals, when we speak of the UN sustainable goals. So basically this is one really comprehensive strategic document that for sure will give a boost and will foster youth participation when we speak about young people. Last week it was the final event when we shared the conclusions from the National Youth Strategy, and we expect till the end of month to be adopted by the government and to present on in the screening process when we need to present our report. We hope that everything will be finished till then. And of course, after that, we are fully focused on creation of the action plan, which for me is really the most important part from this strategic document, because without the good strategic plan with involvement on the all needed parties that needs to be included in this process, it will be challenging to have the successful implementation of the National Youth Strategy. I will not bother all of you with all the details that how the implementation process goes with the National Youth Strategy, but also I want to answer also the two other questions that comes from Anya and maybe give you some thinking process just to, from one side and to the other side to change arguments and facts about the current political issues, youth issues that we face in the country, and maybe we as a government learn something, other things that we need to implement. And one of the outcomes that we want and we expect to have from this National Youth Strategy, first of all, is to increase the, how to say, the capacity of the institution from one side and capacity from the youth organizations and young people, and establish this trust between institution and young people. This is one of the most important challenges and issues that we have before. So basically, this is one of the main tasks. Also with the activities and measures that there is a plan in the National Youth Strategy, we want to actively foster youth participation in decision-making process, and also to enable young people to be part of the processes that jointly, not only with the government, but also with the local institutions and municipalities, they need to create in order to have this strong position in a society. Also, I would want to mention one thing that is really important for the government, is that with the implementation of the National Youth Strategy, there will be some really good boost for the youth workers, because especially that we are now in the middle of creation of this process of recognizing the youth work as a mechanism in the country, and I'm also really focused for implementation of the measures that need to be done from the old institutions, from the recent, tragic events that happened in Serbia, and it shows us that we need to invest really not only budget, but only we need to increase our capacities as institution, as a government, and to have these strong actions towards mental health and well-being of the young people. So this is also one of the aspects that we will put really good focus as in the National Youth Strategy, and also from the action plan that needs to be done there. What we expect as outcomes, first of all, for me, as I mentioned, we must increase the youth participation. From the National Youth Strategy, the outcome must be, to increase the trust between the young people and the institution. And also, one of the most important part is to focus on reducing the youth unemployment, to have, the mechanism and tools and the context of mental health to have bigger role in not only in society, and also to focus more on creating quality education for every young people. So basically, these are 4 or 5 pillars that we are focusing when we are thinking about National Youth Strategy. So basically, I will finish right now, because I want also to give space to others, and also want to hear your comments, thoughts, to have a really good and productive discussion here, which will be a really good starting point when we talk about the Prespa Forum dialogue and what the young people can expect from EU and what EU can bring to young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgi. Well, you touched upon fostering youth participation, and I have to here connect also the inclusivity of all youth groups and their participation. So I would like to give the floor to Ms. Selvia. And my question is to you, when we talk about inclusivity, from today's perspective, in your opinion, has the Roma youth community been involved enough or participating in decision-making and youth policies drafting?
Thank you, Anya. Thank you for inviting me on this event. I'm very happy to take part in this discussion. With Roma Nova Vazi, we've been working the past 10 years on organizing and mobilizing the Roma community for positive changes in the Macedonian society, with an accent to the Roma youth. There is a lot of potential and a lot of capacity in the Roma youth to participate, to strengthen this democracy today and the democratic values. However, we've been talking also in the past years about this, but now more frequently, that more and more Roma are getting disappointed. As the ambassador earlier said, we are in a period where a lot of young people are leaving the country, and a lot of Roma people are leaving the country. So we are trying, and we are putting efforts to involve as many Roma and in initiatives and campaigns, and to generate more Roma leaders who will take higher contribution in the wider Macedonian society, not just within the Roma community. But on the other hand, sometimes we are facing backlash from the institutions. Now we have, for instance, within the youth local councils, we have 4 to 5, even, yeah, 4 to 5 Roma representatives on national level, if we look on national level. And those local councils need to be inclusive and open to everyone. So we need openness and political will from very local level, and then regional, national, international. But with this closeness, sometimes also when we talk and when we have discussions within the organizations and within the teams, it's always the same conclusion that as much as we want and as much as we get educated and as much as we get new skills and experience, again, there is not enough political will to take part in those local initiatives and then national. And the only thing that's remaining for us, also us as an organization, we have limited efforts and limited capacity until where we can push the youth and until where we can work. But I think we need better cooperation between organizations and then with the institutions. And if we want to become part of the EU widened family, which I believe we will, first I think that we need to widen the internal family in Macedonia to make all the processes more diverse and inclusive. And after that, I think we can achieve and have faster results for this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Mila, when talking about the pillars and EU accession and youth participation, always some of the first topics that come in mind that are recently even more popular with youth are the green agenda and the green transitions. It seems, especially in our country, that the youth are more active than any other age groups in eco-activism and finding better green solutions, firstly on local level, then on national level. In your opinion, do we give young people enough tools and knowledge for them to actually participate in local level with the institutions in creating better policies and be involved in their local communities while it comes to the green agenda?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I couldn't agree more with what has been said already, with all the challenges, although I like to interpret them as opportunities, especially when we are talking about young people. When talking about the green agenda and these energy transitions, just transitions, it's quite overwhelming for young people, let's be honest. We don't have years of experience or years of background so that we can interpret these technical documents, these policies that are so very high level. So the tools that we already have are well designed in the law on youth participation, in the law for civic consultation and participation in the law for local communities, etc., the Aarhus Convention, but we're missing translators. And I'm very glad that Georgi mentioned the youth work, because I think the youth work and the youth workers are key to translating these policies, these processes to young people. Because young people, they want to see first a change in their local community, in their microenvironment, so that they can be prepared and they know what to expect from a higher level, from the city or from the country, etc. That's why I believe also what my colleague Sevilla said, that local work, local participation is key when it comes to engaging with young people. And I will go even further when I will say one-to-one mentoring and educating young people on what their rights are, but also responsibilities. because we raise our voice when it comes to, hey, okay, we have the right to this, we have the right to that, but we forget our responsibilities. Who checks? Do you know if your fellow colleagues, family checks the website of their local government, of their municipality, whether there is a public discussion on this, on that topic? It's also our responsibility to be involved in these processes. Like Mariana said, when implementing the national strategy, okay, on one side, the institutions could have done better in promotion, but also where are young people in all of this? Why weren't they involved? It's also their responsibility if they want to co-create these processes again. So it's about, also it comes down to education. Formal education, yes, but while it's a bit, it's a bit harder to make changes in formal education, right? It's a long, very long process, but that's why we have the non-formal education, which I think is a very good tool when it comes to addressing these topics to young people. And education not only to young people, but also to decision makers, because I'm not convinced that they know what youth participation means, what this process of hearing and listening to their needs, to their fears, and just explaining to them what the process really is, to have the patience to listen to them. Because it's like raising a child, right? And you need to have nerves as thick as cable when raising a child. And it comes down, I think, at the same when institutions and the country has to do when including young people into these processes. So to be short, because I know that we have also a discussion later, I would like to say that maybe young people don't know how. The tools are there, but for sure they do know what they want. I just think that we need to create this link to strengthen it with what the processes mean and what they bring into translating them and delivering them to the young people so they can co-create their life and their future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. So a little bit switching from local to regional cooperation and enhancing youth regional cooperation. Blažen, how big of a factor is the youth regional cooperation on the road to 2030?
Thank you very much, dear Anya. Thank you all for coming to today's panel, and thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting us in their building, or better to say in our building, because it's all of ours in that sense. It's difficult to put it into the impact of what RICO is doing into a kind of a normative part. We believe that it's really important, because if we want to have a region into the European Union, we have to somehow deal with the past. And the burden to deal with the past shouldn't be on young people, but we try to give them, kind of build them a bridge, build young people a bridge that they can cross over, talk to each other, get to know each other and understand each other a little bit better, because at least in the past, it wasn't as easy as it is today to kind of have cooperation among the Western Balkan six. So in that sense, it's really difficult to put a number on the impact, but we strongly believe that if we want to have a region into the European Union, we have to start somewhere. And because we believe that the future of each and the region and each of the contracting parties, as we call them, or countries if you want, the future is on young people, but the future starts today. So that is why I think it's also very important to have this co-management system that we have, putting an emphasis on giving young people the opportunity, the table to actually say what their needs are. And I think that is why it was important also to have an event in Berlin during the Berlin process, where young people from all of the Western Balkan six contributed to a paper which gave an overview of what young people expect. And I think we're on the good path. We are on a path to listen to young people. But as the previous panelists also mentioned, there's a clear lack of capacities when it comes to the countries and the state institutions. So I think here we also have to think about how we can empower the state institutions, how we can give them resources in terms of how to deal with what young people are expecting. And the expectations are huge. And I think in all of the Western Balkan 6, the expectation to go to the European Union and be part of the European Union is very high. And I don't think that we fully understand the consequences of letting them down and their expectations down. So I think that is why it's really important to think of the Western Balkans not only not being part of the European Union, but going together and being together in the process and changing our societies and our state institutions at the end of the day. And just to be maybe quick and finish, because I would also love to hear the questions and the comments of the distinguished guests in the room. A better region starts with each and every one, especially young people. And that is why I think the motto of RICO is very, very appreciated in the region. And that is a better region starts with you, but also with youth. So I think we all have to keep that in mind and give young people the floor to fully participate in the changes necessary on the European path, but also to try to do it together with our friends and colleagues from the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Blažan. When speaking of expectations and challenges in the road to 2030, Damian, you as a young European ambassador, someone who is active in this community, what would you say are the expectations and challenges that the youth in North Macedonia deals with when we are in this process of accession?
First of all, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with our network. We are young people from the Western Balkans with a goal of being the representation of the European Union among our peers, but also being the voices of our peers in our countries in the European Union. And on this process, we have as our biggest support the delegation of the European Union, as well the Europe houses, which I would like to take them as an example of what I think the other institutions should take and live by this example, because what 3 years ago was offices for EU info points and delegation space now is a place of a new generation, and it's called Europe House. And we have four such places in the country, with the most recent that was opened 2 days ago in Bitola. By the end of the year, we are expecting to have 3 additional Europe Houses in the country, and all of them are divided in the planning regions of North Macedonia, which for us as young European ambassadors is really helpful, because in the workshops we conduct with the help of the Europe houses and the young European ambassador debates clubs we have, we can take clusters from all across the country and see what our peers are thinking, what they're feeling at the moment, and what are their thoughts and opinions, and what challenges they are facing at the moment. And although I can divide these issues, challenges, and thoughts in separate groups, I would like to take the main points, which is mutual for all of these groups, and the first and foremost, the biggest challenge these people are facing is something we already touched upon, and is the lack of the representation, or lack of genuine representation, because many young people are more and more feeling that they are being taken, tokens and being taken used by the people in charge for taking pictures with them, and populism, which is a real issue we are facing, and this leads to them being demotivated and not wanting to participate in the civil society. The other issue we have seen is raising among young people is that the feeling that the institutions that are working towards the EU accession process are working more like pro form, and it's like how do I say it? With the sole goal to enter the European Union. Even when we hear our parents and grandparents talking, they're talking about reforms in the country that will lead us to the European path. And I think that this is completely wrong from both places, and we should work in bringing those changes for creating a better future for the young people, not to accessing the European Union. And the way to the whole point of these reforms will lead us to on the European way. So I think that we should change our priorities and make young people and the future of this country a priority, not the accession process. And the third thing that I would say, which I have noticed and also is tied some way in a way connected to the thing that happened in Serbia, is problem with the educational system, not in the sense that we have a better education, but the people that are teaching our children, that are teaching us, which should be pedagogues, and they're taking these kids as archetypes, and they're making them villains, and making them believe that if they do not have good grades, they are bad people, or if they do not act a certain way, they are building a whole character on them, and these kids start to act upon these characteristics that are forced into their characters, which is another issue that young people have, and is also leading to demotivation for them to participate in any processes they're being implemented. For my last point, I would like to say that also young people feel that there are not enough opportunities in the society, which I cannot completely agree with it, because there are opportunities, although many of them are really exclusive and are given to a certain groups of people. And when you go to a workshop or to a panel discussion, you always see the same faces and the same people being present, which is another issue that we should work on. And this also brings us back to the first point, that we do not have a good representation. And to end my speech, I would like to say that I completely agree with the Miss Ambassador that previously said that we should take this momentum, and even as young people, we should not start finding the reasons for that brought us to this point, and blame our parents, grandparents, or the people that were and are in charge. But we should take this time, because we do not have many time, take this time and force ourselves into the decision-making processes, because we must act now, and we must be included in these processes as soon as possible, because the integration processes depends on young people, and everything is possible if we are determined enough and we are hardworking enough. So there is no entrance in the European Union without support of the youth and without asking the young people. So that will be all from my side.
Thank you, Damian. You quite pointed out a few points that are worth having a broader discussion, but in respect of the time, I would like now to open the floor for any questions or comments. Yes?
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I will break the floor. First of all, I'm Vladimir Georgievski, head of the local branch office of RICO in North Macedonia. I'm really glad that on Monday morning we have a full hall with very important guests, people who are supporting the young people, not just in North Macedonia, but in the whole region, and many partners here and supporters of RICO. I wanted to say that I'm glad that we have this partnership with Ministry of Foreign Affairs for this not just panel discussion, but generally with the PRESPA Forum. We are glad that we are going to bring again young people from the region, young students this year, that we are going to discuss about important issue in the Western Balkans. And generally, what I wanted to say that as a summary of whole discussion, we have many also positive examples to show as country, or as we say in contracting parties, as neighborly relations, as processes, policy reforms regarding the young people, which is strategy for youth, which is the law for youth participation, but we have to work here more in the implementation phase, because when we have these infrastructures ready on field, when we support, we can see that financials are just one thing, and I'm sure that financials we can secure, because in the other areas there are financial, so we have to support more the young people there, and then it would be much easier to say that we are towards the path of the European Union. And what Damian mentioned, yes, if we want to have more unusual suspects, we have to invest more in the young people and show them that actually with what they are referring as their problem, we are addressing them, we are working towards them, we are investing into their support. So thank you all.
Thank you, Vladimir. Any other questions or comments? The microphone. Because our guests in the first row don't have the luxury of a microphone.
Okay, it's working. Okay. Well, I have really carefully listened to all of you, and what I can say is actually there is a huge challenge in the inclusion, and I totally agree. And if we're talking about the way forward and finding a solution, then we have to be really frank how the situation is. So what I always say, it has become not just an economic challenge, but also like being in Brussels, like just 1 week ago, I said it's becoming, the situation with the youth, the brain drain, it's becoming also a security challenge, and it should be considered as such. So, Mariana mentioned that it's a problem that the youth don't want to engage, and they're really difficult to approach, but actually, to certain, yes, okay, but I can agree, but the thing is, if they're not willing to come, it's the responsibility also of the institutions and all the stakeholders who are engaged in this to come to them and try to convince them with a really serious and sincere engagement and involvement. It was mentioned that just taking photos is one thing that is discouraging them. But once you establish a really deep and sincere dialogue, this can work. So you have to show them that you're really willing to engage. And that's what we have been trying to do, at least on behalf of this institution, to try to show that our institution is really trying to engage. Okay, it's maybe far from perfect, but it's a good starting point, and we should work on that. Funding, of course, it's a problem. I fully agree, but it's not always necessary. And during the last week's event on the National Youth Strategy, I also said that, of course, for many things you need the funding, and of course it should be particularly in the budget of every institution and even at the local level, which is the bigger problem, probably. But most important is the will, actually, to engage. Because sometimes you can find for a lot of things a lot of cost-effective solutions, but the most important thing is to have people who are willing to engage and to work at municipal, national, or whatever regional level. And then how to approach also those who are not maybe interested, you try to work, that's the solution, with the people who are willing to cooperate. You create good practices, and then with these positive examples, you try to convince the other stakeholders who are maybe not willing to cooperate that there is actually an added value from which they can benefit. So this is the step, the step forward. It's very simple. You know, good practices are the basis for everything. So once one mayor sees what the young people have done in partnership in other municipality with other mayors, and what the benefits it has brought from the municipality, he will be willing or she will be willing to cooperate. So let's start engaging with those who are willing, and let's show the others what added value we can have from all of this. And another challenge, actually, what is more important, I think, is the leftover from the former system. Everybody is expecting something from the state. What is the state? It's a fictional category. We are the state as individuals. So actually, it shouldn't be an excuse not to engage, because we as individuals are the ones who should engage and find a way. You shouldn't be in a political party to engage. You can engage at the local level in the municipality. You can engage through various NGOs or various forms of activism. So everybody has its own responsibility within the system, and I think really first we should ask ourselves, I mean, what are we doing? Because we are the state, it's not the government, they're just actors within the state, but every individual is the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tosovsky. Just to add one point to this discussion, we also have to take into consideration that we have also quite a lot of work to do on both sides when it comes to regaining the trust in the institutions. And I think that this is a very refreshing period, and the shown will from some of the institutions that are willing to work with youth organizations and youth activists, and we really do hope that it will continue in the same way.
Hello, good morning. And first of all, apologies for arriving late, but the political developments in this country keep us in the EU delegation very busy. Let me say something first about what Damien mentioned about the EU outreach to young people and the opening of the Europe House in Bitola. A couple of days ago I was there. It was a very happy occasion, ended with a big party. And I'm happy to announce that in just a month we will be opening the next Europe House in Venice in the first week of June. But I'd like to come back to the main issue about youth and say something. I try to squeeze what I got out of many debates that we have had with young people in Europe houses and elsewhere in these past months, years that I've been here. And I think the crux of it comes to changing what young people are faced with at some point in their lives, usually in their 20s, perhaps in their 30s, where they take a long, hard look at their country and they ask themselves, can this country provide me the future that I want? Can this country provide me with schooling for my children perhaps to come, which is of a standard good enough? Can it provide me with the healthcare that I feel I need to feel safe in my own country? And can they provide me not with some perfect, well-paid job, cushy job throughout my life, but a fair chance to make a career, to open a small business, to pursue my artistic, my business talents in a way where I am not met with roadblocks along the way, often to do with my political color. I think in the end it comes down to that. We need together, the EU, the civil society, government, we need to change that moment, change the calculation that young people make at that point. so that when they do have that long, hard look at their country, they come up with a positive balance and say, yes, it's worthwhile. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to play my part. I'm going to help build my country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we wrap up? Please.
Thank you very much. As for the EU integration, I think that more information should be provided for the normal peoples, and I think that the current status of our media in this country is not sufficient enough to explanation why the EU accession is so important and so on. On the other hand, there is so many fake news and also disinformation from the person who are interested in the Balkanization of this region. If regional integration promoted, then that means more market and also more functioning of the society, and then some people who are not only in this country but also in foreign country who are like to some sort of this stability in this region, then they provide this information and so on. And we think that in current status, and this fake news comes through some social networks, SNS and so on. And then what we can do is we can send some more positive information through young organizations can do it, not using the media, but also more in the social networks. The message for young organization might be very simple. We love Macedonia, and we want to live in this country for the future. And so for that purposes, we need to have Macedonia integrated in Europe. Otherwise, we do not have any future. And this message is very simple, but very important. And also the information, what is the EU? And what is the EU accession procedures? Normal people do not exactly know what is ongoing. And then I want to have a more functioning democracy in this country. In that sense, the information providing shall be made more by the government, but also in cooperation also, and the young organization should be very effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question here.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very interesting. And I think some of the panelists also mentioned that the donors should also involve more the youth in their when they design their programs in how we work in this country, and I fully agree with that. So Switzerland is trying to do it in different sectors, from local governance to economic development and also environment. But I think we can do much more, and we'll try to do it much more when we develop our new strategy. I think it was also said many times, it's easy to say what should be done. The question is how we do it and how we engage and how we empower youth and motivate them to enter in all decision processes that we have. So trust in institutions is one dimension, but also which platforms do we have for this engagement. But I would come only on one small issue in that big story. So it was mentioned that one of the priorities of the national strategy is to fight against unemployment for youth. At the same time, we see the private sector, they cannot find the labor and the skilled labor that they need. So we have this gap in between, and how we can address this. Also, many youth want to leave, and I think this will remain, because if we like it or not, Europe needs some labor and skilled labor. So these pull factors will remain. But 50% of the youth, or even more, wants to stay here. So we also have to focus and work with those who want to stay here. And again, I come back to the question maybe to the panelists, how we can bridge that gap between the youth who want to stay here and who want to get employed here, and the fact that they cannot reach the private sector or don't have the right skills for that. So how can we work more on this? Switzerland is working a lot of vocational training and dual vocational training system. I think it could be an answer to that, maybe not the only one. Informal skills is also important. But how can we bridge this gap between the private sector and the youth, and especially those who want to make their life here in the future? Thank you.
Someone from the panelists that want to answer? Blažen Danmila.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great question, and also the census from 2021 told us a story that Not only that 50% want to leave, but also 18% out of the youth that should be resident in North Macedonia isn't here anymore. So I think it's a well-noted question on how do we bridge these gaps that we see. And the first things first, in terms of funding, there needs to be more funding from the state institutions to attract young people and to regain the trust that the institutions can do something for them. I like to comment that people here are expecting something from the government, which might be something from an old system. But I think when we look at the numbers and how much distrust there is towards state institutions, then I think we're at the level where anything that the government does is seen as bad. And I think when you have that kind of a playing room, you either try to solve it by giving the institutions more money and more resources in trying to rebuild this trust, and especially when it comes to the Agency for Youth and Sports, Agency for Employment, the Ministry for Social Affairs, and so on and so forth. Do they have the right resources to try to regain this trust of young people that want to stay here? And I think we are kind of walking a very thin line because it's not very popular to invest into new programs. It's not very let's call it sexy in terms of politics and having a bigger, longer plan when it comes to the country, a 10-year plan, a 5-year plan, or so on and so forth. But this is the necessity that young people are feeling. And I think the donor community is doing a phenomenal job in trying to stuff the holes that are in the system, but this cannot replace the institutions. And the institutions have to have the willpower, but also the trust of the citizens to actually try to address the problems. When it comes to unemployment, although youth unemployment is at its lowest in history when it comes to North Macedonia, there is still a need to kind of find the ways together between state institutions on the one hand and young people on the other hand. Because I think a lot of the times young people feel a burden going to institutions. They don't feel comfortable in state institutions. They don't think that they're doing something for them. And I think this is something we have to tackle on the long run, even on the short run.
Thank you, Blažen. And Mila, just please a kind reminder to keep it a little bit short because we need to wrap up for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have two answers. One is bottom-up and one is top-down. The bottom-up would be engaging one-on-one as smaller the groups, the better when it comes to educating the young people to exercise their rights. This came from our 13 years of experience of building with youth activists, building aware citizens. And in the last 2 months, we have mentored 40 young people into creating their local eco-action. As simple as filing a demand in the archives in their municipality. The result, when the answer comes back, oh, this institution does something. Why? Because they answered 2 or 3 questions this young person wanted to know about some of their responsibilities. And this builds their confidence for, I believe, later raising their voice in school, in university for their rights, and local with their employer, etc. So it's just it's about building their confidence and knowing how to exercise their rights. And the other one, which I believe is how's that English expression? Hit 2 flies with 1 stone? No, 2 birds with 1 stone. What was it? In Macedonian, it's 2 flies with 1 stone. Anyway, it's green jobs. I think it's a solution to the implementation of the green agenda, to the implementation of the many ambitious plans and strategies we have as a leading country in energy and climate plans in the region, though. But on the other side, we can also give stimulus to these companies, to these jobs, so that when a young person wants to go follow an education, he knows that he has a secure job, because this green job is demanded on a longer term. The situation in our country is that we have developed, agreed upon a definition about the green jobs. However, the process that should follow, which is the classification of the jobs, according to a methodology developed, it's not that sexy, as Blažen said, for many institutions. But I think that making this classification and promotion of green jobs as building skills, lowering youth unemployment, providing jobs and just opening businesses that will help on both sides, sorry, is the key to bridging this gap that you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. Another question? Yes.
Thank you. Jeff Goldstein from the OSCE mission. Back before the pandemic, when I had more of a chance to get out and meet young people outside of Skopje, I would always ask them, when you look at your future 10 years from now, where do you see yourself? In your hometown, elsewhere in the country, meaning Skopje, or out of the country? And the vast majority of people said outside the country. A significant majority said elsewhere in the country, and almost no one said in my hometown. So while I completely agree with everything that's been said about what are the main push factors pushing people out of the country, I think it's important also to focus on what can be done to try and keep people in smaller towns and cities here, because they are hollowing out. And that's a different set of issues. That's, is there a place to go to have fun on Friday, or are there jobs in my local community? So I think this is really an important thing that sometimes we forget about when we talk about this. But at one school, after I asked that question, the school psychologist came up to me and she said something I thought was interesting, which is, you're getting an exaggerated view. Everyone says they want to leave because there's a widespread feeling in the country that only losers stay. And I wanted to ask, is that still an issue? And if so, what do you think can be done about it?
This really, we have to keep it short.
Can I? It's really
Please.
about giving them the opportunity to see what abroad offers. And for young people, this is the Erasmus Plus program and the scholarships they receive. When they go abroad and when they see that it's okay, but home has a lot more to offer, they come back. And it's not for losers, it's for winners. I speak this of my personal experience. I wanted to live so badly when I was in high school and university. I got the chance when I was in my last year of university. And then when I came back, I feel better here, with knowing that I have the opportunity to go whenever I want, wherever I want, in the EU and in the world. But having this experience from outside, and just having this shift of mindset that outside is not the best and it's not better than here, not in every way, I mean, it's, so it's this exchange, I think.
Thank you, Mila. Ambassador?
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. I'll keep it very brief. Of course, I've also heard the same concerns, and I mentioned this before as well. But just as an example, sometimes Swedish companies come to see us, the embassy, and often I expect problems. They bring problems to us. But more than once, you know, they've come to just tell us these sunshine stories. Some company needed a factory. They were looking around the world. They were looking towards Asia. And somehow something popped up, an ad from Bitola. Someone had a factory and they were looking for someone to invest. And it was a meeting of minds. They said they just got in touch with this Macedonian. They said, we speak the same language. They've had no problems recruiting, including young engineers. So I said, okay, so I guess you have problems retaining them. And they're like, no, not really. I'm like, okay, great. On Friday, I was part of the opening, they were opening new premises on the main square here for a Swedish IT consultancy business. They have 110 staff now. They've outgrown their offices, so they had to open this new space. So again, I said, okay, so how, do you have problems recruiting? They said, no, we have excellent people. Our cultures are very similar. It's a great collaboration. They even opened an office in Bitola recently. So, sometimes, and I said again, so do you lose them? Do you train them and then you lose them? They're like, not really, no. they stay. So for them, this is a great business collaboration. And I said, what is it that keeps them in your company? And they said it's a flat organization, and it's a focus on lifelong learning and an ownership, that you feel that you're part of this business for real, not just you put in your hours and go. You feel that you're building something together. and that appeals to young people. So I just wanted to, of course, the brain drain is very real, but there's also definite positives and opportunities to build on. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would give the floor to my colleague Nami Isaki, coming from the organization seated Kumanovo, to wrap up the discussion.
So, okay. Since I don't live or study or work in Skopje, I wasn't granted a chair there with them. I'm joking because there's my name, but yeah, just saying that because I wanted to say also that there is life outside of Skopje. We shouldn't be closed in the bubble, as was said. We mentioned a lot of services according to law, youth participation and everything, but something that is a really good example, youth centers, which you mentioned, we are running one for 13 years. It's an amazing one. You should come and visit, because in that way we'll see that young people, there are opportunities. But also, we shouldn't look only on the money of the donors, money of the embassies, if they're always, sorry, Siri is speaking something. Even that always they're more than welcome. And together with different embassies, we are doing an amazing job, especially with the Dutch embassy here, because we are somehow receiving the money which the government should give us to implement the law, which shouldn't be the case, unfortunately, but there are a lot of things that we should work together. Brain drain, yes, it's the biggest issue in the country. Even if we have youth centers in all the municipalities, for whom? But I believe that the next discussion will be we should change the law on youth participation, because here I see only 1 or 2 persons which are young people. Sorry, we are not young anymore. And in that way, I think that it's much better to think for whom we are giving these youth services. Are there young people staying in the country? Because even that is 80 or 50 or 90% of people living in the country, I still believe that there is future in the country. I still believe that we can make changes here, but not with only these discussions, but going to work also abroad. Because North Macedonia is not only Skopje, it's all the country. Skopje is just a small bubble, but we should go out and see. Presto Forum for Dialogue, it's an amazing opportunity because we have really amazing examples here in the country. We have the Ohrid Framework Agreement, we have PRESPA Agreement, and a lot of agreements. In the paper, I believe that we are the best country in the world, but going and seeing the reality, it's quite difficult. And coming to what Mariana was saying, I don't think that the issue is the money from the local governments. I think that is a willingness. That's the main issue, because we'll open the youth centers, the youth councils, but what? If they're not functional, what we're doing? Just doing on the paper, as we are doing with a lot of strategies, with a lot of documents, but we should work, go and work, and just sometimes not to speak so much, but also see what is happening in the reality. Because just 30 kilometers from here is Kumanovo. Imagine just the last year, from 1st of September till now, 300 youngsters, students left the schools, out of which 50 for Skopje, the rest for abroad. And that's a huge number. And every year, almost 100 youngsters, we have less in the schools, which is really bad for all the country, and is something that we should think and discuss, but also to take steps. The main issue also is the narrative. If you're good, we spoke this through a coffee with Blažan once. If you're a good person, if you're working, what are you doing in Macedonia? You should go, because there is no future here. We should work with this narrative, because that's an issue. And I believe that together we can achieve a lot of stuff, but not only by speaking, but also taking correct measures and discussing with the main people in charge, not only the local government or the main government, but also with the youngsters, because we know a lot of youngsters which had amazing salaries here, but just decided to go for a better future. Educational system, healthcare are the main issues. And I believe that from here we can take on and see and reflect a bit before Presto Forum Dialogue and discuss this. And one more time, thank you for the invitation, but also thank you that you changed all the agenda and not having the youngsters as decoration as it was in the previous Presto Forum, because there were 12 people sitting here and almost no one at the audience. unfortunately, but I believe that this year Press Forum will be much better, and having youngsters at the main plenary discussions and not as a side event of the Press Forum. Thank you.
I want to thank you all for your attendance and for this fruitful discussion, and also to the organizers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for hosting us. And I really hope that in the very fast future we will have to organize something else like this with a longer time slot. Thank you, everyone. Дечки да се
Тест? Да, тест.
Окей беше, што беше
Да.
со него проблемот?
Не се уклучуваше.
Треба 4 секунди да почекаш да свети зелено. Да.
Welcome back, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to moderate this panel. My name is Simonida Kaczarska. I run the European Policy Institute in Skopje. This was very wise planning on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to give the youth the front line, but also to give us the Vice Prime Minister so that we have a full house for the second panel as well. So thank you very much. We are starting this panel with a 15 minutes delay on the House remarks. We'll try to end it with a 10 minutes delay. So you will give us 5 minutes, just so we know. Thanks again. This is the think tank panel, which usually was held in the Parliamentarians Club, but today we were very unsure of the weather, so this is also an appropriate venue. We are going to discuss the road to 2030. The Macedonian government has declared this as a target for our EU accession. We were very glad, on behalf of most of the expert community and think tank community, to see a date, so because it helps us also in our work to create pressure. So we are trying to devote this panel today also to discuss the target, to discuss what we need to do to reach this target in advance, and to gain ideas for the main PRESPA forum, which will be held in June in Struga this year. Because as far as I know, the date is also in that title, so we're trying to keep it as much as we can. We are joined by a very distinguished panel today, in addition to the Vice Prime Minister, whom I already introduced. Gwen, thank you for being with us first. Thanks for hosting this event today, also together with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because we usually had the Minister, but it's really great to have you with us. I'm going to just introduce the other panelists at the outset, and then I'll give to Bojan the introductory speech. We have with us next on the right, Ms. Krisela Hachkai from the Cooperation and Development Institute of Albania, a dear friend and a colleague. Krisela runs the institute that mostly also deals, that most of you will probably identify as the institute that is most capable of discussing the big infrastructural projects and connectivity. On her right, we have Ferenc Nemeth from the Hungarian Institute, a new name for international affairs. Am I correct? Yeah, wonderful, I got it. He is a research fellow there and has hosted many of you on the Budapest forum recently, probably. On the far right, we have Mr. Miralem Tursinovic, who is the national coordinator for the Anna Linth Euro-Mediterranean Foundation for Dialogue Between Cultures for Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm sorry I had to read this one, but it's a really long name. Miralem, thanks for being with us. Miralem also comes from Tuzla, so we are not just sticking to the capitals, going back to what was discussed in the morning. On my left is my dear friend Srđan Majstorovic, chairman of the board of the European Policy Center from Belgrade, who also currently is very much active in Skopje. On his left, we have Maria Simeonova, who I think, together with Srđan or his institute, provides a link to last year's think tank forum, because Maria was in the parliamentary club. She's, I think, for many of us, the European Council for Foreign Relations is very well known. She heads the Sofia office and the Wider Europe program. And last but not least, the Friends for Europe, Alejandro Esteza Perez, who is the program manager for peace, security, and defense in the think tank Friends for Europe in Brussels, who I think will be also present at the PRESPA forum in June, in part in cooperation with the organizers. So this is what we have, a lot of people on the table. We'll try to be as punctual as we can. I took 4 minutes at the introduction, but then I won't be introducing later anymore. The second housekeeping remark is that the speech of the Vice Prime Minister, because of the Macedonian media, will be in Macedonian. So for those of you that require translation, you can either move or get the translation at this point. I'm not sure that anyone at this table would require the headphones. Thank you in advance for that. But we've discussed that during the question and answer sessions, the questions will be in English, right? Yes, Krisela needs the headset for the main table. And Alejandro, yeah, maybe? Let's see. And at the end, yes. Okay, one more. Okay, well, I can just use this time to everyone They know that the first question is what do we need to do to make 2030 happen? So we're now looking to hear from the Vice Prime Minister in charge of European affairs on their behalf. Mr. Maricic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simonida. The million-dollar question. Благодарам.
Thank you.
Then I'll be delighted to answer the questions in English later on. Почитувани представители.
Esteemed representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, esteemed colleague Simonida Kaczarska, dear colleagues, it is truly a pleasure for me to be here today, and I'd like to offer my appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Minister Osmani for presenting me with this opportunity. We heard each other several weeks back with an opportunity, discussing the opportunity to jointly pursue this activity. Unfortunately, he's traveling today, but I'm really glad to be able to host and co-host today's event with such an important title as pre-event or as a lead-up to the main event, the Prespa Forum Dialogue in June. Although I have a detailed expose here, I'd like to try and organize it in a different way by answering three questions. The first and main question is it possible for us to become a member state of the European Union in 2030? And the second important, crucial question related to the first one is the fact is what we need to do as North Macedonia and as Western Balkans region to become a member state in that year. And the third logical question is what the European Union needs to do to make that reality, seeing as I feel that it is high time to discuss things openly in a way by saying that we have a set of obligations that we need to fulfill, but also if this is only unilateral and it is only us acting, and at the same time the European Union does not act both with political will and concrete steps, this goal will not be reachable. And I will reflect on the first question that I mentioned in that regard. Is it possible for us to become a member state in 2030? The answer is yes, if we start working on it as early as today or even yesterday. You got the famous Chinese proverb, what is the right time to plant a tree? The first answer is 10 years ago, and the other answer is today. So if we haven't done it 10 years ago, we need to start doing it today. But we can only do it if we act together for the same goal. And this is why I feel that the first step towards meeting this goal for us to become a member state, and not only us, but the other countries in the region to become member states of the EU in 2030, the first step will be to offer our hand to the European Union and to say that it is indeed possible to become member states by the end of this decade. If we do not do that as a first step, it will be very difficult for us to succeed at the end. I have had numerous debates with both the ambassadors present here in Brussels as well, and at many fora across the world and Europe, where it was said to us, you work on your reforms and the time will come when it will not be important if you are a member state or not, if you make the necessary reforms and transform your societies. It sounds really good, but it would be even better if we were able to do it ourselves. If we could do that without the European perspective, it would be great. But this is impossible, and this is important to mention. What moves political stakeholders and forces in a country to conduct realistic reforms is the realistic possibility of becoming a member state of the European Union. And we should be aware of this, and this should be a certain benchmark for us. This does not mean that we have no calendar of activities and we do nothing. Of course not, but in order to work with better quality on problems and to overcome social obstacles over the course of negotiations, which are quite few in number, we need to have a clear perspective for membership. So what we should do and what does the European Union need to do? We are obligated to continue essential reforms through the EU instruments. We started negotiations last year on the 19th of July. Our screening is exceptionally useful for us because it presents us with opportunities to present the state of affairs in our country, but also to present our questions and learn where the situation is in the EU in key areas. Today, aside from the screening, we also have screening reports based on which the key instruments will need to be drafted, and those are the roadmaps. We know that there are 3 roadmaps. I'm talking about Cluster 1 now as an essential element of negotiations. The roadmaps on the rule of law, the roadmap on the functioning of democratic institutions, and the roadmap on reform in public administration. So 3 key areas that we need to complete. We need to complete these roadmaps this year because they are the benchmark for opening the cluster fundamentals. Without having these 3 key documents, we cannot open that cluster. Inside these roadmaps is the action plan on minorities, which is placed in the negotiating framework as an obligation for our country that we need to fulfill, not only because of Bulgarians and the Bulgarian community in the country, but also to honor all minorities in our country in a way which will ensure their protection and the protection of their positions and the development of their positions. Aside from these roadmaps and everything that will derive from the screening as benchmarks and measurements instruments, we also have 2 components that we need to complete by the end of this year. The first one is this going to be too high a cost to pay to become a member state? We faced the same issue when we did that to become member states of NATO. Those things were much difficult, and the amendments that we needed to do were much more difficult than those that we need to do today. So these amendments led us to our membership in NATO and the removal of the Greek blockade for the start of EU accession negotiations as well. And they led to North Macedonia becoming a pillar of stability in the region. But not only that, 3 years into our NATO membership, we have the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which changed the views of Brussels and all member states, both towards us, but also to the issue, towards the issue of enlargement. We have a situation whereby in countries such as Sweden and Finland, which took the position for centuries of being politically and especially militarily neutral, especially when it comes to the military alliances, NATO and the Warsaw Pact, and of course after the fall of the Berlin Wall, of the Iron Curtain, Russia and China. So as we have 2 such countries which ask to become member states of NATO. This means that we as a country have adopted the right decision when we were faced with the adoption of the difficult decisions that we needed to make. What we are doing today to adopt constitutional amendments to add several communities in the preamble to the Constitution is such a small thing in comparison to what follows in the negotiating process. We'll have a lot of decisions that will not be simple for us, the breaking of monopolies, liberalization of markets and market activity in several areas. All of this will be quite painful and difficult for us to come to a position of being a new member state of the European Union. Only as an example, the market of mail services has been delayed by us for several years, and its liberalization has been delayed. Why? Because it is a difficult decision for us to make. Why? And we will face numerous other such decisions. The constitutional amendments should be perceived as one of the obligations, but also as the last obligation relating connected to bilateral disputes with our neighbors that we need to implement within our system. All other differences that we have with our neighbors can be resolved through the bilateral agreements that we've signed with them as an instrument, but also within the topics that the EU covers through the negotiations, such as protection of minority groups in Chapter 23, the protection of human rights and discrimination, also part of Chapter 23. There are also other instruments where we can treat our differences. We have the Historical Commission with Bulgaria, which without political pressures should discuss the issues relating to history. And I wish to say that I expect a new era in the relations with Bulgaria, but also in the negotiations that we are having with the European Union. Why this needs to be done this year and not 3 years later, as the opposition in our country thinks, because 3 years later we have no idea what the European Union will look like. We have no idea what the Western Balkans will look like 3 years later, and what Montenegro and Albania will look like, which will not wish to be delayed because of us. And 3 years later, we can perhaps do these small amendments in a much more difficult way. The more we delay, the less chance we have to be in a position to resolve a dispute. If the opposition offers constitutional amendments 3 years later, and it does that in meetings with ambassadors, we feel that they are not true when they say that we as a country should lose this momentum, and we have seen this film many times before from the opposition, and we will not allow that. So I am now referring to the question what the European Union should do to reach our goal. There are many fora and instruments that enable the Western Balkan partners to sit at a joint table with the EU partners. There will be a meeting in Moldova. The Berlin Process Summits were reinstated, and there's also much room to discuss all issues. None of these vehicles should be seen and perceived as a replacement for EU membership, but as instruments that should help us to reach our goal of becoming member states in 2030. We need to have a group of member states to set a date or an indicative year for the next enlargement wave, which of course should be prerequisited with success in reforms and progress in reforms over the course of the negotiations. So it will not be guaranteed at front, and I think that if this is done, the credibility of the EU and of the member states will be raised to a much higher level, because the Thessaloniki promise for the European perspective of this region 20 years later is fading away. If it is not being put forward in specific and concrete terms and in concrete framework, it will be very difficult to reach the goal of becoming member states in 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Prime Minister Maricic.
From the Vice Prime Minister, many of the
factors that will influence this at the national but also at the EU level. So let's see from where we stand or from our pigeonhole, let's see how the others look. Crisela, you have been working a lot on, you recently also have worked a lot on the role of the structural and cohesion funds as a potential tool for assisting this target of 2030. You have worked a lot on the modalities of enlargement. So from your perspective, what do you think are the necessary ingredients to make 2030 a feasible target for the region?
Thank you, Simonida. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the invitation. We are very grateful for the commitment to have youth voices heard and opinion and perspective from the civil society also heard during the PRESPA forum. And it has been the case also in the previous edition. Why not 2028, I would say? Why 2030? Why that year? Because it's the year when the new financial framework for the European Union starts to be implemented. And by that, I mean we want accession before membership. That is feasible. Today we'll also hear, because we have panelists and contribution from other civil society from the region that are working a lot and hard to contribute roadmaps, structured and comprehensive proposal to how to enhance enlargement. We need cohesion policy to be front-loaded into enlargement, and I will also explain why. As Deputy Prime Minister mentioned the Thessaloniki summit 20 years ago, we are in a moment now, 20 years after, where when the process is stuck, we have a lot of waiting rooms, we have many bilateral disputes hampering the progress. And as it is right now, this process, this policy is not producing the convergence of our region with the EU, but also it does not provide to the countries in the region the necessary financial muscle to address the development needs that the region has. Moreover, it cannot respond to the geopolitical challenges that we are all facing right now. There are a lot of inadequacies into the process, which we need to work all together to improve. First of all, starting from the funding. Funding is important to make progress on the ground, and addressing the development needs that the region has requires much higher contribution to our countries. Also, there is a differential not to be neglected when it comes to the GDP, the grant contribution that, for example, let's take Bulgaria. It's 10 times higher than per capita than the contribution the grant contribution that our citizen is receiving. So it also contributes somehow this differential to more divergence, basically, for our region to comparing to the recent member states. It was also mentioned during the first panel, youth migration. I think visa liberalization, but also facilitation of employment by member states have also contributed to be a very attractive factors and have a very huge impact in youth, but also middle class migration. This is very impactful when it comes to also the democratic functioning of our institution. Also, the delivery mechanism of the IPA, of the Instrument for Pre-Accession, as it is right now, it's not delivering. It is very top-down, it's very intergovernmental, it's not as much as inclusive as it should be, although with IPA 3 there have been improvement in this regard. Consultation is always done when things are already decided. Those are things that we have been observing since many years. Local ownership is missing. What is needed? We need more solidarity when it comes to the region. This is what we miss right now. And the current enlargement toolbox is missing. This is needed also to compensate the opening of our markets towards the EU. We are, at the moment that we speak, we are going through that process as well. We need to have people on board of the policies. We have to shift the agency in the enlargement policies toward local government unit. It was mentioned during the first panel, the importance of connection between the citizens and the local government units, but also towards small businesses, CSO, and the youth sector in general. We need both conditionality, very important in the enlargement policy, but as well solidarity to be equal principles. The principle of conditionality is also mentioned by the Deputy Prime Minister. It's very important to encourage our governments to undertake the necessary reforms, being them normative but also institutional. But we need the principle of solidarity to be embedded in the support that the EU is providing to the region when it comes to solidifying the development agendas, but also, so to say, increase the resilience of those engaged reforms, being them normative but also institutional. We've published, as Simonita mentioned, the paper, and we are actually in the very beginning of, let's say, discussing with the think tank community, but also policymakers, this proposal of front-loading cohesion policy to enlargement policy. On the 23rd of May, we will organize a workshop in Tirana. I invite you to attend, discussing basically, among other proposals, also the staged accession proposal. Srdjan, I think, will also introduce it, which is very comprehensive. But I'm very happy to see that from the region there is an awareness of the ownership about the enlargement process to move on to progress, and concrete proposals on the table that should be discussed with the Commission, but also with the politicians in our region. So to conclude, because we might have additional time to also discuss maybe later, 20 years from Thessaloniki, we need to renew the reflection of embedding more social and economic cohesion into in the enlargement, and planning actually should have started already. A cohesion policy for the new financial framework discussion on that has already started in January, and it's now to discuss how we might want to jump in and to boost basically and to progress with enlargement. Thank you.
Thank you, Christela. You introduced Srdjan already, so I'll now move to Srdjan with roughly the same question of how do we make 2030 happen. Also reflecting on the proposals possibly of the European Policy Center in Belgrade, but also going back to the issue of how do we move on with the bilateral disputes in looking at 2030.
Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the invitation to this Prespa Forum Dialogue prequel, if I can call it like that. I'm looking forward to discussing these simple issues that you put in front of us. It's very difficult to speak about how to move forward when the situation is so complex. Currently, we can say that the year behind us was year of a formal progress. Bosnia and Herzegovina got the candidacy status for after years of waiting. We moved on the issues concerning Ukraine and Moldova, and these are for sure right messages with regards to the future of Europe and the future of the enlargement process. And I'm very glad that we are discussing this on 8th of May, just day before the Day of Europe, European day when we celebrate the idea of the united Europe, because the Europe in the future can survive only united, free and whole. It's not a new idea, it's quite old one, but it still needs to be realized. And we are still far from it until the Western Balkan 6 and the Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia become integrated in the EU. Regardless of the formal progress, unfortunately, what we are witnessing in the region is a serious decline of public support to the EU accession process, including the country that we are, which is hosting us today. Serbia is a dramatic example how decline for the EU integration process can evolve. And what it also leaves us is with a lack of hope of our citizens. That all leads to the lack of trust, mutual trust. We do not trust each other. People in Europe do not trust that we are capable of delivering what is required from us in the EU integration process, and we do not trust the European Union that it is going to deliver at the end of the day. Somebody mentioned the word credibility. Credibility became a soundbite, but credibility means that if I promise that I'm going to do something, I'm going to do that in order to gain your trust and build the relationship platform. And sitting in Skopje, we all know how traumatic and frustrating fulfillment of the required changes can be when the other side is not delivering. Not to mention our colleagues from Kosovo. They fulfilled everything they had regarding the visa facilitation, and yet they were stuck for years waiting for the visa liberalization. How to move on? The European Policy Center, together with the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels, developed the model of staged accession. It's nothing new, I have to say. It's nothing that you should be scared of. It's not something that requires even the treaty amendments and changes. It can be easily implemented, and it can easily facilitate the implementation of the renewed enlargement strategy by the European Commission. What we are promoting is more for more. For those countries who are doing more in their EU integration process, who are proving that they are capable of participating in the EU integration process in the right way, they are going to progress faster. They're going to get more support, more cohesion, more convergence in the essence. At the same time, making sure that those who are not so keen on progressing can be even reversed in advance. We want to create a sound and positive competition in this region. With our proposal, we are offering different stages in which countries who are more progressive can get more benefits in the financial sense, can get a place around the table where the decisions are being made about the future of our region, without obviously voting rights at the first stages, but easily integrating and front-loaded the benefits of the EU membership, showing to the citizens that they are part of the future Europe. And the future Europe does not exist without the Western Balkans being implemented. From this perspective, we need to send important messages. And we need this time limit in order to focus all of our efforts. So I strongly support the idea of contract on the EU 2030, the common plan for the future of Europe. That doesn't mean, as Deputy Prime Minister said, that everybody is going to become a member on 2030, but it will provide us with a horizon where we are going to focus on necessary activities that needs to be done in the region and in the EU. We have a right, as a future citizens of the EU, to demand from the EU to get its house in order. We want to know how decisions are going to be made in the future. I applaud to the recent initiative and this club of friends of the qualified majority voting. I think this is a very good and strong message. And I'm glad that both the current Council presidency and the incoming Spanish presidency are supportive of that club in the common foreign security policy. I strongly argue that the same principle can be applied in the EU integration process. Of course, at the end of the day, there is a need for a consensus. There is a need for consensus. Everybody needs to say yes to the future accession of the candidates. But in the process of the EU accession, it's simply wrong not to introduce qualified majority voting, because strategically wise, Europe is suffering because of its incompetence, or this is a strong word, I'm sorry, I'm retracting that, but inability to get the unanimity on certain EU-related issues. And we need to send a message on different sides. We need to send message by making this contract on 2030. By the way, this is the 20th anniversary of the Thessaloniki summit. And if this is not the right moment to renew our vows one to each other, I don't know what a better opportunity it will be. Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, and according to information from Brussels, the celebration of the 20th anniversary is going to be very modest. And I think it is wrong that the region is not advocating for a stronger message on that date, even coming up with the same messages on that day. Just imagine Kosovo, Serbia, and the others signing the same letter saying we want justice for our cause. We are ready to resolve our issues. We are ready to work together in order to prove you that we are clubbable, that we can be members of the club. This is important. And if our leaders do not have that kind of a political vision of the future of the region, then, yeah, the future of Europe is under question. I'm going to finish with this. Message needs to be sent to Russia. Western Balkans belong to the EU. Message needs to be sent to the citizens of the EU. We hear you. We hear that you are concerned with the incomers, with the potential incomers. But we are going to work with the candidates in order to prove you that these incomers are going to bring peace and stability into our community, in order to prepare the public opinion in the EU member states for the enlargement. And the third, we need to send, and perhaps the most important, we need to send a message to the citizens of the Western Balkans in order to say, you are future members of the EU. And we are going to do everything that we can in order to provide you with these benefits as soon as possible. So thank you very much. I'm sorry for being a bit extensive.
Thank you, Srđan. We will now move to our Bosnian colleagues, and then we'll get to our friends from the EU member states. So Mirala, Srđan mentioned lack of hope. How hopeful is it at your end?
Hello to everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. I'm coming from the civil society organization, which I worked for 30 years, so I will try to be more, less formal than usual. So, you know, I know that you are well aware about the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the situation that we are concreted with the political system and bad political parties who are on power already 30 years. So our political complexity and issues of the political parties are and of course also influences from the another parts of the Europe and the world makes us very vulnerable. So makes us that we are somehow stuck into the integration in the European Union. But we have a joke in Bosnia. You know, we have a joke that we are slowly moving to European Union, not with the reforms, not of course, not with the closing of chapters, but with the people. In last 8 years, more than 500,000 of population of Bosnia and Herzegovina went to European Union. So I believe that if we are making a joke, and it is a fact, that Bosnia will become a member of the European Union in 2030 because most of our citizens, except government, will be there. Yeah, it's a joke, but it's a fact. So my personal opinion is that the steps and the vision, how we, as the countries of the Western Balkan, will easily go to the European Union and become members, is to cooperate, to work. Right now, we don't have a cooperation, unfortunately, or we have a very little cooperation. Bosnia and Herzegovina is somehow surrounded by neighbors who are still not in a good mood with us, meaning the political system. So everything what happens in Croatia or Serbia is repeating in Bosnia. Everything what happens, I mean, on bad things, which are happening in the region, are at the end making the avalanche in Bosnia. So it's like how to create a better approach. My personal opinion is that we have to act together, meaning all of the Western Balkan countries has to act together in order to create some kind of the solidarity and unity and come to become members of the European Union. We cannot do that alone, especially Bosnia. You know, the system in Bosnia is that we have a constitution which is actually a peace agreement made in Dayton in 1995. So we don't have a constitution. We have a constitution, but that constitution was valuable in 1995. Right now, it's a completely different situation. At the same time, we are the country which had 4.3 million population before the war. Now we have, by some statistical data, we have 3.4, but I'm not sure. I believe that we have a smaller amount of the citizens in Bosnia. And we are somehow locked into the system because, you know, one of the political analysts from European Union 10 years ago in Bosnia, holding a speech about the becoming members of the European Union, says that the Western Balkan, in order to be integrated, has to be completely disintegrated, which I absolutely disagree. When I ask him, how you mean disagreed. He said that we have to solve all of our territorial problems. We, as neighbors in the Western Balkan, we have to solve all of our territorial problems to be divided into small pieces and then to come together back to Europe, which is nonsense. I believe, so I will try to be short as possible, I believe that on one way we can do that effort to create some kind of the relations between us in order to be stronger and to become a member. So in another way, European Union has to, don't take me wrong, has to change approach to the Western Balkan countries, because I believe that European Union is not in crisis but challenging a lot of the problems, starting with the terrorist attacks in Europe to the migrants, Brexit, COVID, right now war in Ukraine. And I believe that we, as the Western Balkan countries, can help Europe to defend the borders. Not military, of course, but on the wisely, politically, and with the experiences which we have in Western Balkan. Thank you.
Thank you, Miralem. I was just about to hand the 1-minute note, but you were right on time. Having mentioned the borders, we now move to Ferenc. In a metaphorical way. Your country has discussed a lot about borders, but let's put it, nothing personal, let's put it on the side. Ferenc, you hosted one of the biggest events which deals also with enlargement in March, the Budapest Forum. Many of the colleagues were there. Do you have an impression that things are moving? Because I think that many of us in the think tank community, also in the Berlin Civil Society Forum last year, have the impression that there's a lot of political messaging, but then that's on the ground that we don't feel that things are moving possibly as quickly as we would like them to be. So can you give us some hope?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor. Well, the Budapest Balkans Forum had many takeaways for the Western Balkans, but also for the EU single member states, but also as an EU, as a whole institution. And while preparing for my introductory remarks, I was a bit challenged to talk about the future because nobody knows the future, so I turned to ChatGPT to guide me through some guidelines on what to say, and it suggested reconciliation for the Western Balkans, regional cooperation, and strengthening democratic mechanisms for the Western Balkans, which is obviously very important, should be high on the agenda for all of the Western Balkan countries, but it's not enough. And that was the message, one of the main messages that we in March concluded is that we need more. From the Western Balkan countries, what we could foresee or what we expect, something positive, is a more economic focus, more focus on the economic development, and to be more precise on raising the region's competitiveness as well as attractiveness to foreign direct investment. Because if something that the Western Balkan desperately needs is FDI, coming from EU countries, but also from Western partners. And without a competitive market before joining the EU, it will be very difficult for these countries, not just economically, but politically and socially, to strive within the internal market. But on the other hand, there is a lot to do, not just in the Western Balkans, but at the EU level as well, and in EU member states. In the previous panel, Madam Ambassador mentioned that the war in Ukraine caused a tectonic shift in Europe and in the EU, and this is what we also detected, that it caused a renewed interest in having a geopolitical enlargement once again in the forefront. Sadly, what I could see is that there are still a lot of divisions among member states whether the Western Balkans should be totally integrated to the EU or should be only should only be given some promises in the future as well. My take is that full-fledged membership is the only path forward, and here I would like to highlight the word full-fledged membership for the Western Balkans, with a strong economic focus until up until accession. And my advice for the Western Balkan states would be is to try to find those member states that are a bit hesitant with the enlargement agenda, a bit hesitant maybe with this geopolitical concept of geopolitical enlargement, and try to convince them that it is not only the EU that is important to the Western Balkans, but it goes the other way around. So the EU needs the Western Balkans just as much the Western Balkans needs the EU. And this is the message that I want to convey here, and this is basically the main takeaway that we had in March at the Budapest Balkans Forum.
Thank you, Ferenc, especially for that last remark. We go now to Maria Simeonova from the European Council for Foreign Relations. I would like to, in addition to this feasibility of 2030 in the instruments, I often think of I'm a scholar of the previous enlargement, so I often think of that. How important was it for Bulgaria to be told, yes, it will be 2007 and not 2004? How important, if you reflect now, because we are discussing these dates, because the alternative would have been to let the others in and tell Bulgaria, when you're done, you'll be inside. So just if you can reflect on that point, possibly, it would be appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Simonira, for this interesting question. I would reflect from the perspective of a teenager or something, because honestly, when Bulgaria joined the EU, I was not even 15. But if I can describe in one word what this meant, also having the memories of my family, for example, the word is hope. And yeah, now I will go deep into this, but I remember last year this word kind of was non-existent in the talks. And something very important changed, and that is that now we are sitting here after North Macedonia started accession talks. So this is good news, and this is maybe the hope that I hope we have in this room. And now just to go into my brief presentation of 3 minutes, first I would like to, as I said, congratulate North Macedonia on the start of accession talks last year. I remember that the atmosphere was rather gray at this pre-event, but now I feel that we are in a better place. And second, on a positive note to start, I'd like to congratulate the team of the Foreign Affairs Ministry for the professional manner in which the ministry is running the OSCE chairpersonship. So with this, I would like to focus on the elements that I think are crucial in order to talk about 2030 as a feasible target. And I try to structure my presentation in simple terms. And I came up with 3 words that are interdependent and interrelated. First, I think we need realization. Second, I think we need readiness. And third, we need delivery. So we have to realize that the Western Balkans, the EU does not have to be enlarged to the Western Balkans, but the EU has to be completed with the Western Balkans. And I wish that we play around with the words and start talking about completing the EU and not enlarging the EU. Because every time I come to the region of the 6 Western Balkan countries, this is how I feel that and also listening to the youngsters in the first panel, the Western Balkans are actually very much EU in nature. And here, I also like to point that we have to realize these strategic interests interest, both in the member states and in the Western Balkans. We very often use this cliché of strategic interest, but the war in Ukraine showed how important it is not to only have unity among the member states, but also in whole Europe. So here, I think, and I cherish this initiative to have a civil society panel at the pre-event. The role of the civil society organizations is crucial. And I'm not talking about working on the ground in the 6 Western Balkan countries. I think it's very crucial for the civil society organizations to work for kind of better linking the member states and the candidate countries. And I'll give you an example with Bulgaria and North Macedonia, because as Deputy Prime Minister spoke in a very detail about the bilateral issue, just because, and probably the civil society did not do its homework, we ended up in a situation where it left a vacuum which was filled by radical messaging. And when these bilateral issues with potential to explode are there and we as civil society are not doing our job, I think we will always have radical politicians who will kidnap the agenda just for their narrow national interests. And this is why I think that we have to realize how strategically important it is for all of us to work on grassroots level with organizations from both member states and candidate countries. And second, I chose the word readiness because I think that the EU and the candidate countries have to be ready for this future accession and enlargement of the EU. The war in Ukraine, together with the urgent need to provide, to give something to the Western Balkans in the context of Ukraine's and Moldova's candidate status, opened the question, as Serjan earlier mentioned, of the qualified majority voting in foreign and security policy decision-making in the EU. Yes, there is a group of couple of countries that are urging for this, but let's not forget that there is a declaration of other countries that expose their arguments for keeping the unanimity. What is important here, I think, is that the conversation has started, and let's expect for it to develop in a positive way. And another important point here, how the EU should be ready, is, for example, what was already mentioned on the financial resources. I don't want to be the devil's advocate, but let's not forget that in the next years, many countries, EU member states, will become net donors from net beneficiaries. This will have a financial effect within the decision-making in the EU. And let's not forget another fact that the EU will need huge resources for Ukraine's reconstruction. So I think the financial question will be very, very vital in how the Western Balkan countries will approach this. And this is why it's very urgent, as mentioned by Deputy Prime Minister, to push for the reforms right now, because maybe the EU will not, as always, have enough money to support all these transformations. How the candidate countries should be ready, I think that the 6 Western Balkans countries have to observe what's going on in Europe. My prediction is that we will have important changes in the political landscape in Europe. Just consider the elections in Turkey, one of the most important elections in 2023. Later this year, there will be elections in Poland. We had a change in power in Italy, and in Italy there is a government that is claiming to be a big supporter of the enlargement, of youth enlargement and the integration of the Western Balkans. So I think in case there is a new political momentum, because for more than a year we've been talking about the political momentum created by the war in Ukraine, I think that there might be a new political momentum created by the shifts in the political lives in various member states. As the ambassador earlier mentioned, the political momentum is very, very important, but it's not always necessary. And history says that in addition to the political momentum, we also need effectiveness in terms of implementation of reforms. And the third point is the delivery. So member states and candidate countries have to deliver, or as we in the think tank community like to say, to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. But here we have on one hand the enlargement methodology, on the other hand we have the political momentums that are obviously on the table when we're all talking about them, but how do we ensure that this will all be seized and captured and will be beneficial to both sides? This can depend on some technical novelties in the enlargement, for example, creating a democracy agenda or monitoring the state of democracy in the candidate countries, because very often, as clear in the case of Montenegro, which was a country front-runner, we now saw that it's very easy to kind of end up in an institutional impasse that can obstruct severely the integration path of the country. And here on the political side, I think we also have to mention that the candidate countries with the risk of being slammed should benefit from the European political community, which was announced by President Macron recently, and not to be regarded as a waiting room or as an alternative to enlargement. That's not the case. I think if rightfully exploited, the EPC can become a very effective complementary platform to discuss issues which are not part of the enlargement process, of the accession process, but are crucial for the member states to be convinced that the place of the Western Balkan countries is in the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Alejandro, usually probably in the previous enlargement, the Brussels-based think tank would have gone first, but let's see, how do things look from Brussels?
Thanks so much, Simonida. I want to thank as well the organization and especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for having us. We're very, very happy as Friends of Europe to be formalizing our relationship. And of course, we will be in June in Struga. So of course, we're very much looking forward to seeing you all there. Yes, actually, yes. I mean, as you mentioned, it's good that we heard from the colleagues from all from the Western Balkans that are present, as well as from 2 other member states. I mean, the view from Brussels in the framework of this, let's say, slogan or title that you have developed for this session, I would like to perhaps invite you all to do some, say, exercise when we look at 2030. We're 2023, that's a 7-year difference. So we're talking about a 7-year, we're looking 7 years ahead. But taking our year, 2023, and going 7 years back, if we take the situation of North Macedonia, where was North Macedonia in 2016? I think many of us can really relate and understand that really 7 years is a good share of time, and a lot of things can happen. So this brings me to perhaps my first reflection, which would be that using a time frame and a deadline can be somehow tricky. I have mixed feelings about this. I mean, first, of course, knowing on the one hand that many things can happen in such a time frame, which for some can be long, for some can be short. But on the other hand, I do see how not fulfilling or not meeting this deadline can be really negative as well when it comes to holding the political elite to account Whose fault is it that this deadline hasn't been met? Is it the EU? Is it the local governments or the national governments? So this really creates a layer of confusion that really adds up to the already complicated structure that we're dealing with, and we would really witness a lot of finger pointing throughout the process. So I think this is one of the things that we really have to take into account when working with deadlines, also in terms of years. Second, what do you tell your citizens? What do you tell your voters? What do you tell the electorate that's hopeful for a 2030 deadline? So I think I want to leave those two thoughts there to reflect. In terms of what's needed to really have 2030 as a realistic date, we have seen many positive developments, especially last year. We've seen Ukraine, we've seen Moldova, Georgia has been given also a perspective. Finally, Bosnia and Herzegovina was given candidate status. Kosovo received the visa liberalization from 2024 on. However, it really makes you think, had the war in Ukraine not happened, where will we be? It's really sad to I guess, reach this realization, because it sort of feels that we needed a war to have Bosnia and Herzegovina holding candidate status at last, and it's a very sad realization, I feel. So this, of course, was a political move, purely strategic move, which is not wrong per se, but we really have to be wary of the implications that this can have for the whole enlargement process. Which takes me to my three elements that need to really be tackled, or three problems rather that need to be tackled at an EU level and at a member states level in order to be able to look towards 2030 as a feasible date. And the first one, of course, is the sense that the current process is completely dependent on internal dynamics of member states. And the process is extremely prone to politicization. I mean, and this is something that we have to really tackle head on, because the experiences that we've been having over the past months, within 2022 as well, 2020 even, with, for instance, the implementation of the new enlargement methodology, which really enshrines politicization and the more active involvement of member states in the process. That's already a point of concern, I believe. And then we also had the agreement signed between North Macedonia and Bulgaria that also really enshrines politics at its core. So what we end up with is really a model of systematic control over every step of the process, and it's purely guided by the internal dynamics of member states. And very briefly, the two other elements that I think should be really tackled and also circumvented is, second, the very low appeal that enlargement has within societies and citizens of the EU. More countries, some countries more than others, but of course, how do you convince, how do you sell enlargement to your citizens when you're dealing with inflation, when you're dealing with a war? So it is also something that really, by communication or serious campaigning, this could be addressed. But it is indeed a core problem, an overarching problem, I would say, that really needs to be assessed. And very finally, the war in Ukraine has been ongoing for over a year now, and the fatigue is evident. The citizens, especially of countries in Western Europe, that cannot relate that much to what's happening, are slowly starting to disconnect. And there is a very, very high risk that this fatigue, this exhaustion of what's going on in Ukraine will really spill over eventually to the whole idea of enlargement, because now Ukraine has also jumped into this train. So all in all, coming back to my initial reflection, it is true that 7 years can be a lot, can be very little as well. Mixed feelings. but probably, as you can tell, I'm not on the optimistic side. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandra, especially for bringing in the impact of Ukraine on the perspective as such. This is a very prominent auditorium, so I would now also open up for questions. I have my own questions, though those that know me know that I have I have a lot of questions, but I won't abuse my role as a moderator unless there aren't any. But I would open the discussion as soon as possible to collect questions if there are pressing points at this point. Or I will ask do any of the speakers want to intervene specifically? But I see the Ambassador Vucas, yes? Can we get a mic? Oh, you have a microphone, wonderful, yes.
Yes. Well, I have no question. I have just a comment. Personally, I'm a very strong advocate for the date 2030, of course, you have always two sides of the coin, and of course, finger pointing is where we don't want to look. But there was a very good remark in the first panel. We should not finger point to our parents and our grandparents what they did not do. Let's do it now. And I think this is also the message here now. I mean, we must, of course, take this into consideration, but we have to put the narrative, what has been achieved, what are the benefits, and not what might go wrong or why something might not turn out to be 2030. But I think this is the one issue I wanted to say. And the other issue is yes, everything, of course, the geopolitical situation in Europe is very much now connected with the war in Ukraine. But Ukraine did not get membership status, the candidate status because of the war. It became because of the demand by the president. And this is also what I suggest, that the Western Balkans have to put the demand, because without demand, you are in the waiting room. It might happen or it might not happen. It might. This is what I would like to comment. Thank you.
Peter, to send a demand and to start a war.
Thank you, Bojan. Anna Krstinovska-Blaževa.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the panelists for the very interesting insights. Deputy Prime Minister mentioned the Chinese proverb about, reflecting 10 years ago, and another habit that China and the Chinese do have is to think more than 10, 20 years in advance. And given that we ended not on a very optimistic note with Alejandra's comments, what is our plan B? And I'm not thinking about this phony mantra, Russia, China, and other alternatives. I'm talking about the plan B in sustaining the reforms in the region, because we mentioned that we can only implement reforms at a satisfactory pace if we have this positive pressure coming from the EU. Well, what if we do not have that until 2030 and even beyond, given what is happening? We mentioned the European political community. Are there other intermediary steps that we could take on the long term? And how do we keep somehow at least a minimum pace in the reforms and not stop where we are now, saying we do not have the perspective of 2030 or another specific year? Thank you.
Is there a third one? No? Okay, let's do a round of interventions. We can start with the Vice Prime Minister. Sorry, is there one? Oh, sorry about the Japanese ambassador. Thank you, Andra.
Thank you very much. May I ask the one question to the Prime Minister on the other participants? I think that change of the constitution is a condition for the participation in the EU accession negotiations. And then have the discussion with some parliamentarians here in North Macedonia. And I think that after the last year's so-called French proposal, that support for the EU accession was reduced. And then I think the understanding of the population is not so, they not know the exact procedures, and then there are some fears that if we North Macedonia accept one condition of Bulgaria, in the future, new demands will come from the Bulgaria, and this fear is they are hesitating to any amendments of the constitutions. But according to my understanding, there is already the decision by the EU that for there is some negotiation framework was already adopted in the EU framework, and according to this negotiations, if North Macedonia changes the constitutions, then it is guaranteed to the EU negotiation will not be stopped. I have checked the negotiation framework. I found only one paragraph which the EU Commission reserves the right to stop the negotiation only if North Macedonia has the violation of the basic institution, basic EU, basic value of the EU. And I do not believe that North Macedonia will take some kind of policy which in violation of the fundamental value of the EU. That is not the case. But on the other hand, this is in this phrase that one EU member make a request to the EU Commission during such kind of legitimate request to make the EU Commission, but the decision shall be made by the EU Commission, not EU members at the end. And then that decision shall be based on the assessment that whether or not North Macedonia is in violation of the basic value of EU. If that is the case, then the North Macedonia or EU can more provide some sort of them. Any concerns by the normal citizens that it might not be the final compromise of the North Macedonia. This is a very important point, and I want to confirmation my understanding is correct, and the intention of the North Macedonian government to make more explanation to the citizens.
Thank you, Ambassador. Can you just switch off the microphone? Wonderful, thank you. I think unless there are more questions, I think we have enough food for thought. There is one, the Swiss ambassador.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity and also from the insight of all the panelists. Actually, I have a question related to what Alejandro said and the Deputy Prime Minister also said. So 2030 is a set deadline for the accession. It's quite optimistic, but in a way we have to be optimistic. So I think it also brings hope, but there is a danger and a risk to that if you don't deliver. Then my question is a technical one, because we had the roadmaps that you have mentioned, Mr. Maricic. So in a way, those roadmaps will have to fit into this deadline. So how will those roadmaps be developed? How much time do you have for that? And what is the process for developing the 3 key roadmaps? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Vice Prime Minister needs to leave for a moment. We'll start with the other answers, but we've noted that one.
Just a short clarification.
Maybe with a microphone, yeah? Or no? No. Извинете, no, sorry.
Just a short clarification about this dilemma deadline. No, it is not a deadline. It is a target date. And this is a big difference. So please have this into consideration.
Thank you, Ambassador Tegovsky. Yes, I think that that's probably one of the key points that we should have mentioned. It's a target date for us as well. target, hopefully a common target. That's what we are hoping for. Let me just reflect on the questions. We had Anna's question, but that was mostly to Bojan as to the Plan B, unless anyone wants to intervene in the Plan B. And the intermediary steps, that was also my second question sent to the panelists, so thanks for raising it. It's a joint one. We had the procedural issues on the changes of the Constitution and the interpretation, but I think we have also people here that can possibly chip on that as well. I would start again with Crisela. There were a couple of points here also raised by Alejandro as to what do we do in the mathematics when we include Ukraine. And possibly, I think there was a lot of mention of the regional cooperation. Your institute has been following the Berlin process as well, so maybe that's something that you can also reflect on, and you can count this as your last 3 minutes.
Oh, so many topics. I don't know if I can answer to all of them. Yes, but the reflection on what Alejandro also mentioned about how to sell enlargement, because we have apparently to sell this policy to the member states, although, the union is composed of the member states. I would say to shift the narrative. Enlargement, unfortunately, is not progressing, among others, also because of the bilateral disputes. They have a non-chapter, a specific chapter in the enlargement methodology dealing with the bilateral disputes. And what we heard is like we are having the bilateral disputes, which are hampering the progress in the region about enlargement. We need to change that Balkans narrative. Cohesion policy, and I will again talk about that, bypasses the bilateral disputes, focusing on the regional development problems, issues that the citizens have on their daily life. Also, enlargement is about that. Only it's not impacting at the level we want to the citizen. That's why we are having migration and everything. So shifting the narrative and the discussion in the member states to the regional development problems, which are also the same in the member states, because the EU cohesion policy was made about the struggling regions, the less developed regions, having to address the convergence needs with other regions that are doing better. In this sense, maybe for the EU member state citizen would be much more easy to when they think or when they hear about our region, not to think about the bilateral disputes that are, always having the spotlight when it comes to enlargement policy, but addressing the same citizens in our region, having the same struggles that also they have. With the cohesion policy, actually, that's why I mentioned why not accession without membership. Not that we don't want membership, absolutely, that's plan A, and I think it's the only one on the table. But we need to progress as much as possible with the difficulties that we are having with all the EU internal reform and also the challenges in the world and everything. We have to progress with the other policies as well, and we have to include the Western Balkans there, to exercise as much as possible membership without still being a member state. This is already happening, for example, when I think about the transport policy. My institute is dealing a lot with the Berlin process, with the connectivity agenda, how the region is to be connected more and more better with the EU in all the different sectors of the infrastructure connectivity. And I'm thinking that in 2021, the Commission issued a new map for the transport European corridor, and we have in the map a new corridor called Western Balkan Corridor. It's there. So planning of that policy is done with the region already. So our countries are already planning in the same table with the Commission that kind of policy. Not within of course, there are chapters covering also transport connectivity, 14 and 21. But what I'm saying is that there are also funding within that policy that is accessible for our region. The Connecting Europe facility, 32 billion euro for the new financial framework, 21-27. And the Balkans and the region need to have as much as possible access to that kind of other policies, and the same goes for the green agenda, the same goes for digitalization, for other policies, and we need to step up as much as possible cooperation with the different DGs in the Commission in order not to lose time. This is my message.
Thank you. Srdjan, you can reflect on any of the questions and possibly the 2030 target as well.
Yeah, I mean, if if you want, you can find deficiencies in everything that you do in your life. What we need is a new optimism. We need to really grasp the idea of the strategic importance of the current situation in Europe. Without the EU 27 would be small to medium-sized countries that would struggle to find its role in the global international relations. It is obvious that the only solution for the EU in the future is more integration. And that more integration means integration of the Western Balkans and the Eastern Europe. And let me advocate for something. We need to snap out of this, I call it a small town mentality. When we speak about enlargement, we focus on the Western Balkans. The enlargement today is about Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and the Western Balkans. And the proposal that we are promoting, the staged accession, mutis mutandis, can be applied for the Ukraine as well. And it can benefit both the Ukrainian citizens, and it could provide the European Union citizens with a clearer vision of what exactly the accession of the Ukraine to the EU would mean for their everyday life. With regarding scenarios, I don't see a plan B. Like in that very funny TV series, 2.5 Men, I have 2.5 scenarios. One, which would be a less favorable for the Western Balkan countries, would be that Ukraine is the country which is a locomotive for the next enlargement. And where, bearing in mind the size and the needs of that country, it influences the accession of the Western Balkan countries as it would take a longer time. I don't think that this is good for Ukraine, and I don't think that this is a good scenario for the Western Balkans either, because we are going to end up in a never-ending process which will lead us to nowhere. Road to Nowhere is a very famous song for those older here, remembering Talking Heads. It could be an anthem of the process as well. The second scenario would be to use the Western Balkan countries as a positive example to speed up the enlargement process, to prove Russia that EU is capable of integrating parts of Europe that it considers its strategic area. And it could also prove Ukrainians that there is an end of the process, that this process is delivering once all the obviously conditions are met. And then there is a sub-scenario in these 2.5 scenarios, which might include the division of the region in two groups, where one group would be those who are very clear and honest about their commitment regarding the EU accession process. I'm thinking here Albania, Montenegro, and North Macedonia, while the rest of the region, meaning Serbia, Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, due to their inability to find out how to resolve their issues, will be a second group of the region. So there is no plan B. The plan A and the plan B is the EU accession. 2030, let me put it this way. The previous wave of the enlargement was led by a document called Agenda 2000. It was a program of how to Europeanize the Eastern and Central European countries to fulfill the conditions for the accession to the EU. Guess what? Nobody joined the EU in 2000. So let's not stuck our mindset on the numbers. Let's focus on the horizon. The 2030 is a horizon. It's not a number. It's not the year where we are going to exceed. And one more single fact: there was somebody mentioned the costs of the accession. European Policy Center, together with our partners in the region, we are currently doing an analysis of how much would it cost for the EU taxpayers to award candidate countries, meaning Western Balkan 6, with the 50% of the structural funds that they would be eligible to in the first phase first stage of the staged accession process. I know the exact data for Austria because I needed it. I traveled there to speak with their Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Do you know how much it would cost the Austrian taxpayers to offer, so to increase the availability of the resources for structural changes, for infrastructure, for everything that Crisella was mentioning? On the annual basis, it would cost them, each and every one of them, a price of cappuccino in the center of Vienna. So these are the numbers. We are going to publish this data in a month to come, and I think that this is going to be a very positive and good basis for discussion to move from this deadlock and to move the story of the EU accession from this formal process to make it more substantial, because it is a strategic choice and it is a strategic necessity for both the EU and the Western Balkan countries and the Ukraine and the rest.
Thank you, Srdjan. After Srdjan, everyone has to be on a positive note. Miralem, what is your positive scenario for 2030?
As I already told you, we are almost in Europe. I believe that what Srdjan says as A, B, and C plan, it could be some combination of those kind of things. You know, we have to be aware, European Union has to be aware, there is too many foreign influences in Balkan states, in Western Balkan states, starting from China to Russia, to, you know, Bosnia was very friendly country. We open our borders also to the Saudi Arabia and the other influences in our country. And more and more influences in our countries create more and more chaos for Europe. Because there is too many, I don't know how to say, geopolitical interest in something which is happening in our countries, but also in something which is happening in Europe. And I believe that European Union has to be aware about that. If we want to cut those or make them less than they are right now, those influences, we have to somehow unite our forces, and European Union somehow has to, I will maybe say wrong word, protect the borders, not of the European Union right now, but European Union with Western Balkan. Like, just one of the examples, we have too many migrants from the Syria and the other countries in Western Balkan countries. And Europe has the border, has the wall. So there are constant threaten, especially in Bosnia, who is on the border with Croatia, who is in the European Union. So we have incidents almost every day on the borders. Not because of those poor people, migrants, but because of the influences of the foreign countries. We cannot, for example, right now we still have the visa issues with Kosovo, not because of us, but because of the Russian influences in some of the governors, governments in Bosnia, and certain politicians. So it's more than half of our political parties are created on populism, which is created on the international influences, not European Union, not United States, but the others. So that my personal and honest belief is that we have somehow to avoid all of those things if we want, and Europe, if wants to become stronger than right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ferenc?
I would like to briefly reflect on the Plan B and chime in with a new date, actually. So there is no Plan B, especially not after 20 years of the Thessaloniki summit, especially not after so many confirmation and reconfirmation from the EU side that the Western Balkans would be welcomed at the EU. As full-fledged member states. I really like the analogy of Srdjan that Ukraine is now being the locomotive or can be the locomotive for the enlargement policy, but my advice for the Western Balkan countries would be not to miss that train because there is a chance for that in the future. And since we are pretty much talking about target dates and important dates in the near future, I would like to focus on next year. In 2024, there are going to be European parliamentary elections, but more importantly, the new European Commission will be set up, which means that it will be the opportunity to basically play a bit with the portfolios, the Commission portfolios. And what is more important in this sense is that although the EU member states are deeply divided on, let's say, the future of Europe, what kind of Europe they envision about the QMV, what is very important is that the new composition of the portfolios within the European Commission must reflect on an enlarged or a widened EU that consists not 27, but 33 or even 35 member states. So my advice would be is to take into consideration how you from the Western Balkans could be involved in basically all of the portfolios that are going to be set up in the new Commission period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferenc, for reminding us of that. It's very important for us as well. Maria.
Thank you, Simonida. I wanted to touch upon the question on the Japanese ambassador because it relates to Bulgaria, and just very briefly, whether one condition fulfilled would lead to more requirements coming from a member state. I think the idea of the French proposal was exactly to anchor Bulgaria's requirements in the negotiation framework, which would be monitored by the European Commission. So in this way, a bilateral issue that Bulgaria could have been exploiting for a long time is now in the hands of the European Commission in a way. But I do admit that your remark on what if a member state keeps blocking a candidate country, this is possible in the current decision making. So this is why I mentioned the QMV, the qualified majority voting in the foreign and security policy. I think it's too optimistic to talk about abolishing the unanimity in the accession process, but what we can do as an interim step would be to abolish it in the process of opening chapters, which would deprive member states to impose a veto, because I think with the Bulgaria's veto, there was the veto power of a member state was underestimated in a way, but it did happen, and we do not know whether other member states would dare to use the veto, because previously it was the nuclear cause and it was a powerful tool in the hands of the member states. But right now we are still in a very early phase in the period after the lifting of the veto to assess what the effects and the repercussions would be. So that would be my answer to half of your question. And then maybe on the plan B, I do agree with Sergeant, and my point of touching upon the enlargement methodology and the European political community and the role of the civil society has the idea of creating such a solid base. And it's a pity that 20 years after receiving candidate status, we're still talking about creating a solid base. It should have been there a long time ago. But I think that if aspiring member states focus at the same time on the enlargement methodology, on the technicalities, on the political instruments in place, such as the European political community, but also the bilateral relations with various member states, not just Germany and France, the big member states. Veto can come from any part of Europe, as we saw, but also focusing on member states from the region. So not just focusing on France and Germany, as these two can get into some conflict on major geopolitical questions, as we are currently witnessing. And then prepare the societies. Here I'm talking about the role of the civil society, because when you prepare the society for this, when you try to shift the narrative and you succeed in this, the society itself will be blocking the politicians from making radical turns in the European path of the member states. And now this enlargement methodology, political will and bilateral relations together with the preparation of the society. I think those four elements regulate each other, and if we have them in place, we won't need the plan B.
Thank you. Alejandro, have we changed your mind a bit?
I'll be very, very brief. I mean, between regarding rather the difference between is it a deadline or is it a target? It is a target. It is very, let's say, susceptible to be interpreted with confusion, because both a target and a deadline are self-imposed in principle, and they can both be shifted. So there is a very fine nuance between interpretations for both things. This is why I find it so important that it is very clearly conveyed what a target implies, and I believe that the government in this regard will be doing its best. But it is really, really important to really make the citizens aware of what this implies and what this does not mean, which is effectively a deadline. It is also very important to understand that there's external factors that might affect this target date, and they, of course, they don't only depend on the work of the government. We also had the comment from Ferenc actually on the EU elections, which I completely forgotten about, which is are going to be a game changer, but also member states' elections in this country as well are going to change the board completely. So I think now the priority, I believe, of the government would be to make all these actors really be on board with this target date, so that it really doesn't make them have to shift it. Finally, on whether or not, or what to really gather or have on board for this 2030 date is, I guess my wish mostly would be to just render the whole process of enlargement as we know it more technical, so just getting rid or minimizing as much as possible the politics in it. It is, of course, wishful thinking. I'm aware that this is not where we currently stand something that is attractive or appealing. It's true, but we really, really have to try our best to bring back the legitimacy and the credibility of conditionality, because after all, when you deliver is when you should be getting your rewards. Good monitoring tools, good evaluation tools. So I believe this is also a priority to prevent potential backsliding. All in all, I believe this is, I'm painting very, very thickly here, but all in all, I believe this is what I would at least like to see.
Thank you, Alejandro. And we give the last couple of minutes to the Vice Prime Minister to respond to as many questions as he can, and any delay will be ascribed to him no matter how much he speaks.
Yes, yeah, of course. We are here to take responsibility for all the delays in the European integration. Thank you, Simonida. Many good things were already said, so I'll try to stick to some things that haven't been said. On the first, the questions by the ambassadors. The Japanese ambassador on the constitutional amendments and new demands, it was very well said by the colleague from Sofia that actually the point of the tough negotiations over the French proposal were that we have written down and verified by the EU member states and EU institutions that those are the lists of the demands or the list of obligations on our side, because it was our long-standing battle to have the Bulgarian expectations on paper and also to negotiate which of them are reasonable and can find their place and which of them are not, just it's not their place there and should be discussed bilaterally. And of course all those demands were supposed to be in accordance with the European Union acquis or European Union values, because I mean we would like to join the European Union, not the Soviet Union. You cannot go with demands that are not according to the EU values. And I think this was important to have the French proposal drafted in a reasonable way and in European language. So that should be our guarantee that we will not face a new and unreasonable demands outside the negotiation framework, because we need it to make this dispute rational and to put it into European dimensions, because it is about joining the European Union. The thing about the question from the Swiss ambassador on the roadmaps, we still don't have the full idea, although we have discussed this with Brussels, but the main idea of these roadmaps is to be a list of tasks and expectations for the next years to come. So it's not year by year, but until membership. And the idea, the process that we start now is headed by the institutions. So, for example, in the Secretariat of European Affairs, we have a person for each of these three groups, chairing each of these three groups, and we are about to form formally a group of institutional representatives, and once we have draft also, we will have a consultation process with the civil society and with the parliament, because I think it is important. It's our duty to make it in a transparent and also inclusive way, and we plan to do it, but we should start from the screening minutes that we have been, records that we have been taking. That will be the starting point. And then we will add up on this. It is of course a vivid material that can be changed from time to time, but basically the idea is to set the agenda for the next years until membership. And of course we will, it will be open for discussion at a later stage. And I think that if we don't set up the 2030, even the end of the, let's say, the financial framework, and I hope that this IPA, Instrument for Pre-Accession Assistance, will be the last one for us, for our countries, and that then we will get into the other funds. But nevertheless, the political cycle is also close to that, because now next year we have European elections, then in 5 years later again 2029, and so I think it would be great if we can fit into this. Of course, it's not like we know that Croatia has joined 1 year before the European elections in 2014, but the political cycle, the financial cycle points to that target. What is the solution in between? That was the question by Anna. Or what is an alternative? I don't think we have a viable alternative, to be honest, and I don't think that we should think about it. I think that the question is, what are we going to do in the meantime until membership, and not what is the alternative to the membership. We should never give up of this, and we should push as strong as possible now. And yeah, the delegation representative left, so I think that all the European officials that will come on PRESPA Dialogue Forum should be confronted with this question. How about 2030? Why not? I mean, let's set it as a date that we can, as a target that we can reach if we do our job, if we do our best. In the meantime, all the formats in which we sit down with our neighbors and with the EU member states is beneficial. And we should develop these formats not as a substitute, but as activities that exercise that are kind of an exercise for our membership in the European Union. So, European political community, excellent. Berlin process, very good. Open Balkan, yeah, why not? I mean, 85% of our population likes Open Balkan, because it gives results. And I think it should be the same with the Berlin process, should be the same with the EPC. They should all bring some specific results beneficial to our countries and our people. We should like these initiatives and not perceive them as a burden or as a, some obligation that we need to do. I think we should make the best of the regional initiatives and make the best of the political formats that are open for us, but also to open new doors. It was really tough, but we managed, with harsh pressure on the Czech presidency, to get invited on the table on the ministerial meeting for energy, because it was a must. For us, it was a must. And I think all the countries here in the region were afraid of the winter, and we are afraid of the next winter. And we will insist to sit on the table because we have been fully aligned with the EU foreign policy, and we expect to, of course, to participate in the common solution of the common problem. Not only because we have been fully aligned with the European foreign policy, but also because we have been here for the EU in all the crises in the past 10 years at least. Even before, but let's say in the past 10 years. So I think that all these formats are beneficial, and door by door we should open new formats to participate, at least as observers at the first point. And this accelerated accession, we are being constantly asked on the screening sessions, do you in this area are asking for accelerated accession, or in what form? I don't think that we are fully ready to answer these questions now, but we do ask for some formats that are apparently attractive and that we can join now. But we can answer these questions even at a later stage, till the end of the screening, or when we start. But I think that the EU should keep the open mind for including Western Balkan countries in some new formats that so far have been reserved only for member states, maybe for funds, but I know that it is a tricky issue, so I don't open it, but let's think about it. Let's see what we can do about it. And then I think that we will break this zero-sum game, that you are either a member state or you're not a member state. And if you are, you have 1,000 benefits. If you're not, you have 3. And I think that will motivate us to move forward faster. And that will also remove this invisible or visible wall between the member states and the EU and the Western Balkan countries, because I think that even in Brussels and all the capitals, they are aware that we belong to the European Union, that we cannot be Switzerland on the Balkans, because Switzerland is not in the Balkans, and that we can actually only succeed if we are part of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Bojan. Thanks to all of the panelists, and thank you very much for your attention. I would now like to invite you to a cocktail that's already set up outside. I apologize for the 5-minute delay, and I would like to ask for a round of applause. And, sorry, excuse me, there will be a family photo opportunity outside on the stairs? On the stairs. By the panelists? Okay, then you're free. We know about the panelists. Thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch.